så i gang med det her. Lad os se. Vi har skifte scene. Sådan. Og det er blevet søndag, og du har klikket ind på Pias Creative Corner, hedder Pia, og det første time her mellem 3 og 4, der foregår det på dansk. Jeg vil lige være at sige som sædvanligt, men hvis du er ny på min kanal, så er det jo ikke som sædvanligt, så er det noget ganske nyt, og derfor vil jeg gerne byde velkommen. Hvis du ser det her på en replay eller på en bot, så velkommen til. Jeg håber på, at du vil hygge dig og synes om at være her, og måske begynde at følge mig, enten her på Twitch eller på min YouTube-kanal og på min Instagram. Jeg laver diamond painting i dag. Jeg vil også lige kort snakke om et lille strikkeprojekt, som jeg har købt ind til, og som jeg er gået en lille smule i gang med. Ikke så meget, fordi det var egentlig ikke min mening at gøre det, men det er sådan lidt som for nyt legetøj, når man får sådan nogle nye ting ind. Men ellers så kommer det til at handle rigtig meget om det her billede her, som jeg har gang i, og så det så egentlig fnider falder. En times tid, og så når klokken der bliver lige omkring 4, så holder jeg en kort pause på de her 5 minutter, så stil her. Og så når jeg kommer tilbage, så foregår resten af min stream på engelsk. Og jeg vil også sige, at den her time, jeg har på dansk, der har jeg lukket for den her raids. Og det vil sige, at normalt så kan man sådan tage sine andre, hvis nu jeg sidder med en 20 mennesker på min kanal eller mere, så kan jeg tage dem med hen på en anden streamers kanal, og så raide dem, som det hedder. Og det er der også andre, der gør med mig. Bare ikke i den her time her, der har jeg lukket for det, fordi det foregår på dansk. Og jeg har prøvet et par gange at blive rated, og det er sådan en lidt underlig ting at sidde og skal skifte mellem engelsk og dansk og forklare, at de er velkommen, men de kan ikke forstå noget her. Det er lidt times tid. Så derfor har jeg valgt at lukke for det, den time, jeg arbejder her på dansk. Det er noget, jeg har valgt at gøre, fordi da jeg startede med at lave de her live udsendelser, der var det på YouTube, og der foregik alt på dansk. Og det gør der er rigtig mange af mine videoer, der ligger på YouTube, specielt dem, der handler om, hvordan man gør tingene, how-to-videoerne eller tips og tricks. De er alle sammen på dansk, lige med et par enkelte undtagelser, men der ligger i forskellige playlister. Og ellers så alt, hvad der normalt jeg laver streaming her på Twitch, så foregår det på engelsk. Og det er lidt sådan set i lyset af, at langt de fleste af de følgere, jeg har her på Twitch, det er nogle fra den internationale side, så der er engelsk som det fælles sprog. Men jeg har så valgt her om søndagen at have noget af min stream en times tid her på dansk, for ligesom at sige, jamen selvom jeg ikke har de her live ting mere på YouTube, hvor det foregik på dansk, så har jeg dem altså stadigvæk. De foregår bare på Twitch, og så skal det selvfølgelig foregå på dansk også. Det plejer at være meget hyggeligt. Det plejer at sidde en 3, 4, 5, 6 stykker, alt efter årstiden vil jeg sige. Lige i øjeblikket der er der ikke så mange, fordi det er sommerferie, og folk er forhåbentlig ude og nyde det gode sommervejr, alt efter dagen. Men hvis ikke man er, og man ikke ved, hvad man skal tage til, så er jeg så vanligvis her om søndagen med den her tid. Og jeg laver lidt af hvert. Nogle gange laver jeg scratchboard, nogle gange laver jeg det her, og nogle gange strikker jeg, nogle gange sidder jeg og farvelægger forskellige tegninger og sådan noget. Og det er lidt forskelligt som sagt. Og så har jeg de her englekort, som man kan trække, eller som jeg har en lille seance med. Det er ikke altid, jeg gør dem her, når jeg laver diamond painting hele dagen, og det er lidt at gøre med mit setup og sådan noget. Men jeg vil fortælle lidt om det her billede her, jeg laver. Det hedder Lotus, og det er en kunstner, der hedder Christopher Lowell. Normalt så er hans billeder egentlig meget mørke i det, og har sådan en mere dystert tema. Men han har også nogle, der ikke er så mørke. Jeg er ikke sådan en stor fan af alle hans billeder, men jeg har nogle af dem, og nogle af dem er ikke, den kan godt være, der er nogle af dem, jeg måske sælger på et eller andet tidspunkt, eller giver væk, fordi jeg er ikke så meget til det der mørke der, men jeg har ikke helt besluttet mig endnu. Det her billede her hedder Lotus, som sagt, og det ser sådan her ud i den færdige form. Og jeg kan så afsløre med det samme, at der ligger rigtig mange AB-sten heroppe i håret. Og det har selvfølgelig noget med vandet og sådan noget at gøre. Så det er det, jeg er gået i gang med heroppe. Det er med rundesten, og der er mange farver, der er i den her. Der er 48 farver, og der er 2 af dem, der er AB-sten, og så er der en, der hedder det her Fairy Dust. Så Så lad os gå i gang. Ja, lad os se. Jeg har ikke sådan, jeg vil sige, jeg har egentlig ikke sådan valgt nogen penne specielt til det her billede her. Og det er nok lidt, fordi jeg ikke synes, jeg havde ikke nogen, der på den måde passede. Så jeg har egentlig valgt nogen, som jeg bare synes er pæne, og som jeg... En af dem er en af dem fra mit tidligere billede, fordi den havde de her multiplays på, og så har jeg de her 2, og den ene, altså det her, det er fordi, det er sådan en af mine favoritpinde, vil jeg sige. Jeg kan rigtig godt lide de her hybridpinde, hvor der er 3 i os, og nogle af farverne passer egentlig også meget godt til billedet, og det her, det er også en af mine favoritpinde, og det er lidt fordi, den har rigtig mange farver i sig, og det har han valgt at bruge fjer til, og få frem, og den er jeg også ret vild med. Så, altså, og det er sådan lidt, fordi generelt er jeg ret glad for de her pinde fra Norges Alchemist, så sådan en rigtig favoritpinde har jeg nok ikke, når det kommer til stykket, og alligevel har man det jo altid lidt, ikke? Altså, så. Jeg var sådan lidt, om jeg skulle lave diamond painting i dag, eller om jeg skulle bare lave, skulle jeg til at sige, det sædvanlige, med lidt scratchboard og sådan lidt, fordi den her time her plejer at gå sindssygt hurtigt. Men på den anden side, så synes jeg lidt, at jeg godt vil lidt videre på billedet, og at jeg har ikke helt fået lavet det, jeg gerne ville i den her uge. Det kan jeg så godt afsløre mig sammen. Jeg har ferie, og jeg snakkede lidt om i sidste uge, at jeg godt var klar over, at jeg måske nok ville komme lidt til kort med alle de her planer, jeg havde, fordi at min krop har været lidt under pres af mange årsager, og derfor så er det sådan lidt, har jeg valgt at lytte rigtig meget til den, og ikke så meget til min hjerne, som jeg gerne ville en masse. Jeg har fået lavet lidt videoer til mit galleri, men slet ikke i nærheden af det, jeg havde håbet på, eller det, jeg havde tænkt på, jeg ville. Så jeg har hvilet rigtig meget, men jeg har jo også lavet en enkelt livestreaming her i løbet af ugen. Så det er jo ikke, fordi jeg sådan slet ikke har lavet noget af mine kreative ting. Nu skal jeg lige se, hvor langt jeg nåede i det her. Ja. Og det er lidt fordi, at som I kan se, så er der rigtig meget color blocking i det her. Det kunne være rigtig fedt at få det her overstået. Der ligger også en rigtig kæmpe color blocking herover. Og det er der altså generelt, i hvert fald lige det her. Så derfor arbejder jeg en lille smule anderledes, end jeg plejer at gøre med de her billeder her. Så det er lidt mere farvebaseret, og det er ikke så... sektionerne er i virkeligheden lidt større, end det normalt vil være, tror jeg, man kan sige. Som sagt, så har jeg holdt ferie. Og det er jo ikke fordi, jeg på den måde har ligget på den lade side. Eller det har jeg jo, nogle af dagene har jeg jo simpelthen måttet trække helt ud og sige nu, i dag der skal jeg ikke lave noget, fordi der er min krop rigtig, rigtig træt. Og det har jeg jo så kan man sige, kunne tage hensyn til, fordi jeg havde ferie. Øhm, og egentlig ikke, fordi jeg ikke kan det i hverdagen på den måde. Men alligevel, så er det lidt noget andet, synes jeg, når jeg er ferie. Så gør jeg det nok på en lidt anden måde, når det kommer til stykket. Jeg kom jo til at love her sidste gang, jeg streamede i søndags, en af mine moderatorer, at jeg ville lave et tæppe til hende. Og det var ligesom meget, fordi at jeg havde gået og leget med tanken i rigtig lang tid, om jeg måske skulle prøve det af. Og nogle gange så handler det om, at man ligesom skal have en anledning til at gøre tingene. Så det fik jeg faktisk, og jeg har været nede i en butik, der hedder Hobby, som ligger ret tæt på, hvor jeg bor, og købe garn. Og jeg har også startet en lille smule på det, og det var lige så meget for at se, hvordan garnet var, og nogle af de strikketeknikker, der stod i opskriften, jeg skulle bruge, om det sådan lige var det, jeg havde regnet med, det skulle være, og om der var noget, jeg manglede, og det var der faktisk, fordi jeg bruger, jeg skulle bruge rundpind, og det har jeg egentlig, men jeg har selvfølgelig ikke lige den størrelse i lige den pind, jeg gerne vil have. Og det har lidt at gøre med, at jeg kan godt lide at det mærke, der hedder Nitpro, som jeg har sådan nogle uskiftelige, både pinde, altså strikkepinde og kabler til. Og der har jeg egentlig i sin tid købt sådan et helt sæt i træ. Og det har jeg brugt rigtig, rigtig meget, så det er ikke fordi jeg har købt det og så slet aldrig brugt det. Men jeg har egentlig fundet ud af her, sådan i forhold til hvordan mine hænder har det og sådan noget, at de har sådan en metaludgave, som jeg egentlig synes passer bedre, der hedder Sing. Og der har jeg sådan, jeg har alle andre størrelser end lige den, jeg skulle bruge. Så dem har jeg bestilt, og så har jeg bestilt en også i pinde 5, der hedder Kubix, som er en firkantet en, også i træ, og det er en lidt lettere udgave af træet, synes jeg, og det jeg har prøvet, egentlig fordi den er gået i stykker, for jeg har haft en den nummer 5 størrelse der, men den ene af dem gik i stykker. Jeg tror egentlig, jeg fik sat mig på den, eller også var hun, der satte sig på den, i hvert fald knækkede den. Så jeg har kun en af dem, så jeg har egentlig i lang tid skulle have et nyt sæt, så det har jeg altså bestilt den her gang hos Rito. Og desværre så havde Hobby det ikke. Hobby er en af dem, som synes jeg umiddelbart er dem, der er billigst med garnet. Rito har også garn, men jeg synes faktisk, de er lidt dyre i det. Og så er jeg jo sådan et menneske, som godt kan lide at pille ved ting, og på den måde mener jeg, at når jeg så for eksempel skal købe garn, så skal jeg helst i en garnbutik. Altså jeg har prøvet at bestille garn på nettet, men jeg får sjældent det, jeg regner med. Og også nu her, da jeg var nede i løbet af ugen, jeg har brug for at mærke, og som min mor sagde, at jeg har brug for at se med fingrene. Så det gør jeg. Så det har været altså på nogle områder kan man sige, så har det jo været en stille uge, fordi jeg har ikke været på arbejde, og jeg har egentlig i gåsøjne lavet så lidt som overhovedet muligt. Jeg har prøvet at være en lille smule, så hvad skal man sige, gå lidt længere ture med hunden og sådan noget, for ligesom at kompensere for, at jeg egentlig havde ret mange timer, hvor jeg egentlig bare sad og spillede for eksempel, eller ja, broderede. Jeg har faktisk lavet en hel del på min korsting også, og det har været lidt sådan set i lyset af, at hvor det var bedst for mig at sidde. Og desværre kan man sige, så har damepainting altså bare bordet der, og det setup har bare ikke rigtig lige passet til min krop her på det sidste. Så er det bare, altså jeg har ikke sådan nogen, hvad skal man sige, dybere forklaring på det eller noget. Det er bare sådan lidt, sådan er vilkårene et eller andet sted. Så jeg har brugt noget tid på det her spil her, Coral Island. Så jeg har selvfølgelig også brugt noget tid på det her billede her, som jeg jo kittede op sidste søndag. Så noget har jeg jo lavet, kan man sige, ikke? Men jeg havde måske nok regnet med, kvæg der er så meget color blocking i det, at jeg nok havde været noget lidt længere. Men ja. Og min plan er, at jeg nu vil jeg bruge den næste uges tid her, den første uge i august, der har jeg tænkt mig at bruge på det her billede her. Det kan godt være, at jeg bruger 14 dage. Nu må vi se. Og så skifter jeg tilbage til mit cross-stitch conversion, konverteringsbillede og laver lidt på Mulan i et par uger, 1 til 2 uger, og så må vi se, hvor langt jeg er på det her, om det sådan er, at den skifter altså tilbage til det her, og så lige laver det færdigt inden, fordi så begynder vi at nærme os 1. september. Og 1. september skal jeg jo starte på mit Color of Life billede. Det er fra Chuck Pinson. Det glæder mig rigtig meget til. Der er sådan lidt nyt i det på den måde, at det er jo det er et af de nyere billeder fra Diamond Art Club med det her nye perforerede dækningsplastik, afdækningsplastik, og det er der sådan lidt spændt på at se, hvordan jeg kan inkorporere det i den måde, jeg arbejder på. Jeg har sådan lidt tænkt på det, og egentlig sådan, som jeg ser det umiddelbart, så passer det meget fint ind i det, fordi så er det bare sådan, jeg har egentlig tænkt mig nok at gøre, som jeg plejer, men så behøver jeg ikke at slås så meget med at skal bukke og sådan noget, fordi det kan jo bare bukke langs perforeringen. Nu må vi se det. Og kvad det Chuck Pinson, så kan jeg jo også godt forvente mig, at der ligger noget konfetti i det, men jeg er nu sådan ret fortrøstningsfuld, fordi det er jo det her billede, som jeg også har en udgave af Dreamer Design, hvor jeg lavede en række, og så opgav jeg, fordi jeg fik simpelthen sådan det i hovedet af at sidde og se på det print der. Og printet i sig selv var rigtig dårligt også, desværre. Så jeg laver ikke mere på de der Dreamer Design billeder, men jeg har tænkt mig at lave en række også, eller når jeg har lavet en række på Diamond Art Club billeder, så tager jeg og laver en stream. Det kan også godt være, at jeg laver en video omkring det, hvor jeg ligesom laver sådan en lidt side om side sammenligning på, hvordan er det ene kontra det andet, og snakker lidt om de forskellige kvaliteter sten og sådan noget, og ikke mindst af printet. Og hvor vigtigt jeg i virkeligheden synes, det viser, at det er det her kvaliteten. I hvert fald i forhold til, hvordan jeg har det, når jeg arbejder med billeder. Jeg har lavet diamond painting i snart 4 år, og har egentlig lavet det sådan meget, hvad skal man sige, billederne så nærmest, lige efter hinanden, i sådan en fin række, og næsten fra første billede kom ind ad døren, og så til i dag. Der har ikke været mange billeder, der har ligget stille over flere dage. Og jeg vil sige, det har jeg egentlig, fordi så har jeg lavet på noget andet. Men det er egentlig mest her på det sidste. Jeg har haft sådan nogle dage, hvor jeg slet ikke har lavet noget diamond painting. Og jeg tror, at jeg er sådan lidt i en lille smule i sådan en burnout situation, hvor jeg godt kan mærke, at der er andre ting, der måske trækker lidt mere i mig end det her. Men når jeg så arbejder med sådan et billede her, så bliver jeg stadigvæk trukket lidt tilbage i denne her båd igen, fordi at jeg synes faktisk, det er rigtig, rigtig sjovt at arbejde med sådan nogle billeder her. Der har et lidt andet motiv og sådan lidt end de sidste mange, jeg har arbejdet med. Så det er nok, det er måske også det handler om, at det her med at finde noget andet end drager og almindelig landskab, og måske også det asiatiske tema, som har været meget gennemgående det sidste stykke tid. Så det at finde noget, som er noget helt andet, det har måske også været det, jeg trængte lidt til. Det vil jeg nok godt indrømme. Så. Og så at se i lyset af, at jeg måske selv synes, at jeg ikke har lavet så meget. Selvfølgelig sådan, det ved jeg ikke, om jeg kender, men det er måske nogle kvinderne kan ikke genkende til det her med, at man, så kan man godt få sådan en flip. Og mit flip gik altså ud på i dag, at inden jeg skulle streame, ikke lige inden, men her i løbet af formiddagen, altså, så skulle jeg altså gøre køleskabet rent. Så jeg måtte lige, da jeg var færdig med det, så kunne jeg godt mærke, at så havde jeg måske alligevel trykket citronen lige hårdt nok, så jeg må lige sidde og lige lidt og spille lidt, og lige få pulsen ned og sådan lidt, men sådan det. Jeg kan åbenbart ikke finde det der med den gyde middelvej. Lige det her, så vi tager og fylder den her lille her ud. Kom, der er også det her ud. Men al den her sorte, der ligger, det er faktisk AB. Sorte AB-sten. Og det kan faktisk godt være lidt en udfordring, fordi at jeg jo helst sætter AB-sten med voks, og med voks, der er en lille smule brugt og gammel. Men på et eller andet tidspunkt, så løber jeg lidt tør, fordi så er det ligesom blevet mættet af den her coating, der sidder på AB-stenene, og så bliver det sværere og sværere. Egentlig ikke, fordi det på det, man kan ikke sådan se, at der ryger noget af, men der ryger en lille smule af, synes jeg. Og men i andet, så er det jo sådan den almindelige, man bruger, almindelig brug af voksen, der gør det, bliver mere og mere trykket sammen i virkeligheden, ikke? Så ja, så, men nu må vi se. Der er også et 8-tal herinde midt i, egentlig. Nu jeg også lige skulle fylde det ud, så det ikke forsvinder. Det har jeg da haft brugt. Min hund var til dyrlægen jo i mandags, og hvis ikke man lige har været med på min stream i løbet af ugen, så kan jeg så fortælle, at min hund har det godt. Han er 7 år og er i tip-top form. Han skal måske lige smide et enkelt kilo, også taget betragtning af, at han måske har en lille smule med sin led. Så, men ellers så var dyrlægen ganske tilfreds, og han blev vaccineret, og så blev vi enige om, at vi ses igen om et år. Men han skal først revaccineres om 3 år. Og så må man bare sige, at sådan en hund, størrelse hund som ham, og den race han er, så har jeg ham ikke sådan for evigt, skulle jeg til at sige, at de bliver ikke så gamle. Så al den tid, jeg har med ham nu, er en gave. På den måde, at altså, jeg har oplevet hunde, der kun blev 7 år, og jeg har oplevet hunde, der bliver 12 år. Så det er alt derimellem, og de er desværre lidt disponeret for kræft i forskellige udgaver og sådan noget, så det er bare lidt det her med, at man, ja, tror jeg bare, at tænke på, ikke så meget på, at det måske er hvor kort tid man har dem, men at bare at nyde den tid, jeg har dem. Og så med det i mente måske også være, altså jeg tænker også, at jeg bliver nødt til lidt at tænke om, hvad så? Altså, og det troede jeg jo egentlig, jeg havde styr på, men så ændrede vi jo planer herhjemme, og så blev det sådan lidt, nå. Og det gør bare, at det kan godt være, at selvom jeg ikke er meget for det, at der bliver en tidspunkt, hvor jeg måske kommer til at være, hvor der bliver noget hvad skal man sige, noget pause imellem de her hunde. Fordi at alt efter, hvis han bliver 12 år, jamen, så bliver der ikke nogen pause. Men alt efter hvor gammel han bliver, så kan det godt være i forhold til boligsituationer og sådan noget, at vi bliver nødt til at lige at have en pause indimellem. Det har ikke sagt, at vi aldrig kommer til at skal have hund igen, for det gør vi helt sikkert. Men det bliver sådan lidt mere sådan pauseagtigt. Jeg sidder lige og tænker lidt over, det kan være, at jeg egentlig skal gemme det her stykke her, så jeg har et lille smule og kan lave, og så laver ud den vej ud med AB-sten. Jeg skal lige have en bakke mere. Godt, man har mere end en bakke. Af en eller anden årsag, så er de runde sten og mine minimate-bakker ikke særlig gode venner. Så jeg bruger for det her faktisk, der er malatklapsbakker, jeg bruger. Og det andet var en firefly-bakke, som jeg har fået af Stilla Chicky, der er min mod herinde. Som, ja, jeg har bare fået den. Det er sådan lidt, fantastisk. Jeg tager bare taknemmeligt imod sådan nogle gaver, altså, ja, og bliver altid en lille smule forlegen, tror jeg. Det er sådan lidt, når jeg bliver spurgt, vil du have sådan en? Det vil jeg da gerne. Og det er faktisk en udmærket bakke, vil jeg sige. Grunden til, at jeg egentlig ikke selv har haft prøvet dem af som sådan, det er jo så fordi, at de bliver lavet i Amerika, og det er lidt en investering, og jeg må bare sige, at jeg kan ikke købe alt, selvom jeg gerne ville, og jeg er nok lidt faldet for minimate-bakkerne, men er altid klar og parat til at prøve nye ting af. Så når jeg har pengene til det, så gør jeg det som regel også. Og jeg havde faktisk en tanke, altså jeg havde kigget på Firefly, og jeg har kigget på Bishop Bliss også, som nogle bakker, jeg måske ville prøve af hen ad vejen, efterhånden, som jeg fik råd til det. Så er det jo bare fedt, når så lejligheden byder sig, at man så kan få lov til at prøve det af tidligere end regn forventet. Jeg prøver lige at zoome lidt ind her. Zoom in closer. Bare lige så I kan se lidt mere af, hvad jeg laver i forhold til de her AB-sten. Min hund er meget glad for at komme til dyrlæge. Der er han, også på det område er han lidt særlig, må man bare sige. Og han, han er meget glad, og han er meget sådan, altså for ham er en dyrlæge lige med godbidder. Han er bare endnu et menneske, der er sat i verden til at glæde ham, tror jeg. Det tror jeg sådan et eller andet sted, det man kan sige. Så på den måde, så er det sådan lidt, ja, hvad skal man sige, han er meget træt, når vi kommer hjem fra dyrlægen, for han har brugt rigtig, rigtig meget energi på det. Det er noget, jeg som regel altid får min mand til at hjælpe mig med, og det er egentlig ikke fordi, at min hund sådan er meget, han er jo lidt stor, og han kan godt sådan rykke en lille smule line der, når det er, og jeg har bare ikke, jeg har ikke lyst til, at jeg skal ligge brak resten af dagen, fordi vi skal til dyrlæge på den måde. Nu gjorde jeg det så nærmest alligevel, fordi jeg har en årsag. Men det gjorde hunden også, og vi havde en rigtig, rigtig dejlig mandag eftermiddag, eller mandag, ja, det var tidligere om morgenen, eller klokken 8:30. Vi var hjemme igen der ved lidt over 9-tiden, og så resten af dagen, der hyggede vi bare rundt, og han var meget træt, min hund, da vi kom hjem. Han er jo også en voksen herre nu, og Så vi sprang formiddagsturen over, og så hyggede vi ellers bare, og han fik lidt ekstra nus, og han fik en ekstra gulerod, og så kan han klare den lidt. Så jeg blev anbefalet at sætte ham lidt på kur, men så erstatte det med noget gulerod og noget blomkål og noget broccoli og sådan noget. Og det har jeg tænkt mig, at jeg vil prøve af. Så nu må vi se. Altså, han kan godt lide han elsker gulerødder. Det er sådan en fast rutine, at når vi kommer hjem, uanset om vi har med eller uden ham, så skal han have en gulerod. Og når vi er ude at handle og kommer hjem, så skal han have mere end en. Så bliver han så nærmest fed, indtil man sådan siger, så nu er det slut. Min gamle hund, han kunne tælle. Han vidste, at når han havde fået 3 gulerødder, så var der ikke flere, og så var det slut. Men ham her, han kan altså ikke finde noget til. Han bliver bare ved med at stå der, indtil man smider ham væk. Der er ikke så meget der. Sådan der. Men ja, jeg kan da godt mærke på, om han er blevet ældre. Altså, på den måde, så vi snakkede lidt om det, min mand og jeg, ikke? At det her med, at han, ikke fordi han ikke, altså han er stadigvæk på, når vi skal ud og gå og sådan noget, men han er ikke, altså han hiver ikke afsted med mig og sådan noget. Det er ikke, altså, jeg er stadig i tempo, når vi skal ud og gå i dag. Sådan mere, end hvad det var førhen, vil jeg sige. Så. Og så er de olympiske lege startet jo. Så vi her, da det startede fredag, så sad vi og så åbningsceremoni, min mand og jeg. Og jeg sad faktisk og broderede, men måtte lægge mit broderi lidt væk, fordi at jeg blev så optaget af at se åbningsceremonien, fordi jeg blev faktisk meget imponeret af det. Jeg synes, det var helt vildt fantastisk lavet og setup'et og meget, meget både pompøst og stort, og samtidig faktisk også en lille smule ydmygt på den måde. Ydmygt er måske forkert ord, men meget sådan, altså også inddrage historien, fordi Frankrig har jo faktisk en ret blodig historie i forhold til den franske revolution og alt det her, som også blev en del af det, men også meget med inklusion, og at som Frankrig jo også består af denne her lidt sammensatte kultur, i og med at de både har de her meget gamle traditioner og kultur, men også står for alt det moderne i forhold til mode og altså med kabaretterne og sådan noget, ikke? At det var rigtig, rigtig fint. Og det på trods af, at det høvlede ned. Og nogle gange, så kunne man bare se nogle af de her, altså hvor de dansede og sådan noget, og det var bare, altså hvor vi snakkede om, hold op, det er jo utroligt, de kan stå fast i det her, fordi der var så meget vand. Og den ene af dem, hvor jeg sagde siger jeg sådan, jamen altså, det er ikke sved det der, det er vand. Men omvendt, hvis jeg skal være helt ærlig, så tror jeg, fordi det var ikke koldt. Det var faktisk stadigvæk sådan de her 20-22 grader eller sådan noget. Og det betyder så, at når du for eksempel danser og sådan noget, og det var der rigtig meget af, så er det lige før, det er bedre, end hvis det nu havde været højt solskin, hvor du faktisk risikerer at blive overophedet, og hvor man skal være meget mere opmærksom på væskeindtag og sådan noget, ikke? Altså for dem, der stod, det de gjorde i forhold til indmarch, fordi det ikke blev holdt på et stadion, så havde de chartret samtlige af de her kanalrundfarter til de både til at sejle de forskellige hold op ad Seinen, hvilket gav et helt fantastisk og meget, meget farverig kulisse, Øh, og der kan man sige, der var det måske lidt surt at stå der i den der båd der, men altså så havde folk, der var der nogen, der havde fået set nogle af de der festivalregnslag, de der gennemsigtige regnslag på, og så klarer man det. Det er stadigvæk gået sådan kun vand, ikke? Og jeg tænker også bare det, at det ikke er koldt, så kan man faktisk godt overleve en del. Og også fordi altså for eksempel, vi snakkede om det her, da jeg var ude at ride, ikke i går, men sidste lørdag, hvor det var rigtig, rigtig varmt. Så jeg vil faktisk jeg foretrækker faktisk at ride, når det er en lille smule regnvejr, fordi det ikke er så varmt, og man får hurtigt varme, når man rider for eksempel, ikke? Så ja, men en helt fantastisk åbningsceremoni, og Lady Gaga var der, og Celine Dion var der til at afslutte det hele, og havde sin første optræden i meget, meget lang tid. Hun har været syg. Jeg ved ikke, om hun stadigvæk er det, men hun har i hvert fald været trådt ud af rampelyset på grund af sygdom, som jeg ellers sige det. Og har skulle så gøre sit comeback. Og det var sådan det var en af de der halvoffentlige hemmeligheder, ikke? At kommentatoren og journalisterne havde fået mundkurv på, men man kunne næsten regne det ud. Altså, der var jo ikke mange, så mange er der jo heller ikke af store stjerner, der har været syge og været væk fra scenen på grund af sygdom, der har været skrevet om det og sådan noget, og som sådan lidt annoncerer et comeback. Det var sådan lidt, det kunne næsten kun være en person. Og hun gjorde det helt fantastisk. Altså, der var ikke noget, der, på ingen måde. Og har også fået nogle helt kanon fine anmeldelser bagefter på det, så ja, jeg ved godt, der er nogen, der synes, det ikke var okay, fordi det ikke var på et stadion, og det var, altså det der kom med kritik af, det at man har ændret byen, og det var der sådan lidt bjeffende af i baggrunden, men jeg synes faktisk ikke. Jeg synes faktisk, det var rigtig fint, og jeg synes, det var rigtig fint, den her tanke omkring, at i stedet for, at vi bygger en helt ny by, olympisk by op omkring Paris, eller i omegnen, så prøver vi at bruge noget af det, vi har, og bygger selvfølgelig det, vi skal bruge, men ikke, hvis vi allerede har det, behøver vi bygge noget nyt. Og hvis vi på nogen måde kan bruge det, vi har, så gør vi det. Og så er det en tanke som at bruge Versailles-slottet som baggrund til for eksempel dressurridning og sådan noget. Det er jo, altså, det bliver jo en helt vildt fantastisk oplevelse for de mennesker, der stiller op i det, tænker jeg, som bliver meget, meget anderledes end de er vant til. Hele surfprogrammet bliver holdt på Tahiti. Nej, Haiti. Ikke Tahiti, men Fiji. Akselrapir, der kommer du langt væk. Som jo også er en del af de franske kolonier. Så og de kunne jo så ikke, af gode grunde, kunne de jo ligesom ikke komme og sige, og være der på den måde i en persona der til åbningsceremonien, men der blev så sendt de broadcaster så dernede fra, hvor de så vinkede og sådan noget, så de stadigvæk går med til det, så jo. Altså jeg synes, jeg var meget imponeret af det. Jeg var meget imponeret af, at Eiffeltårnet har aldrig været så oplyst, som det var den aften, på den måde. Og jeg tænker, der er helt sikkert en lysmand, som har været glad, fordi han har bare fået at vide, det skal bare være spektakulært, og så har han bare gået amok i muligheder. Meget, meget flot lysshow. Og må også sige, at det er en anderledes form for olympisk ild, der skal våge over stedet, fordi det jo ikke er sådan en, igen, ikke traditionel fakkel, bål, men det er jo sådan en luftballon, der svæver over Paris, eller skal svæve over Paris de her dage, hvor der så er ild, eller bålsted nedenunder nærmest. Så ja, anderledes, men alligevel med en masse af de traditionelle temaer i, at det er jo, så er det jo, som det skal være. Så det er for mig, altså der er mange af tingene ved de olympiske lege, som jeg har sådan en lidt hadkærlighedsforhold til. Men vi ser næsten altid åbningsceremonien sammen, min mand og jeg. Og så en gang imellem, så ser vi den afsluttende. Men der når jo, og der når går lang tid før den afsluttende. Så, fordi de paralympiske ligger lige bagefter. Så ja. Så vi har siddet og set gymnastik i går og i dag. I går så vi mændenes kvalifikationer, og i dag har vi set nogle af pigernes. Jeg nåede så ikke at se så meget af det, fordi vi skulle videre i programmet, så vi har optaget det, og jeg har optaget military. Det er hestene. Der er noget af deres terræn. Rødbanespringning, kan man sige. Så det tænker jeg skal se senere. Jeg kan godt være lidt ærgerlig, men det er jo nok også lige så meget, fordi at man, altså, det er nok også svært at dække det hele, rent sportsmæssigt. Og jeg tror vi herhjemme hos os, lige ikke i Danmark, men herhjemme hos mig, er nok lidt anderledes i forhold til, at vi har interesse, når det kommer til sådan noget som sport. Vi går ikke særlig meget op i håndbold, og vi går ikke særlig meget op i fodbold, eller i tennis, eller i badminton. Vi går rigtig meget op i gymnastikken, og vi går rigtig meget op i sådan noget som skydning, for eksempel, og altså bueskydning, og pistolskydning, og riffel, og altså, og jeg kan godt lide at se på udspring, fordi jeg selv har gået til det, og så selvfølgelig for mit vedkommende hestene. Og det er sådan lidt, altså, jeg synes det er lidt ærgerligt, at der ikke bliver sendt mere af det, uden at man skal betale for en streamingtjeneste. Men det er nok bare sådan, at vilkårene i dag, tror jeg. Så, men fordi der er rigtig meget håndbold, og det er jo så også fordi, vi selvfølgelig har nogen, der deltager. Vi har et hold, der deltager. Det, altså fred være med det. Men derfor kunne det jo godt være, at der var andre ting, man gerne ville se, selvom Danmark ikke deltog, ikke? Så, men skidt pyt med det. Og så tror jeg, det i aften eller det eftermiddag, at de har anden runde i pigernes kvalifikation til redskabsgymnastik. Det kan jeg faktisk ikke engang huske. Så der bliver noget, jeg skal se her hen over de næste. Hvor meget er det nu? Det er frem til noget med september eller sådan noget, der er jo altså inklusiv de paralympiske. Hejser har set dig fra starten, at man kørte bil op til sommerhus, så jeg sad og lyttede. Tak fordi du var her. Det er så fint, Ulla. Det er så fint. Er du så, at du kan se noget nu? Det har vi jo helst ikke af, at du kommer galt afsted med at sidde og køre bil. Fordi jeg har faktisk taget garnet med herind. Bare et enkelt nøgle. Så det vil jeg lige vise. Jeg har taget med, fordi hvis nu du kom forbi i dag, og så kunne du lige se det. Jeg vil godt sende dig et billede, men så kan man sådan lige, så kan jeg brede det lidt mere ud og sådan. Og så kan du også se, fordi jeg er jo startet, selvom jeg sagde, at jeg nok ikke lavede noget her i sommervarmen, så er jeg altså startet en lille smule på det alligevel. Vi er lige kommet op, jeg har lige sagt hej, og så skyndte jeg mig ind for at kunne se dig, så jeg kører igen. Nå, fint. Og sådan lidt, nå, hvor gik Ulla hen? Ja, hun skulle lige. Nogle. Jamen du altså, tager vi lige og se. Jeg skal lige dække det her lidt til, fordi ellers så har jeg trådt på mit. Det er rigeligt, jeg skal slås med hundehårene For ikke også at slås med tråden på garnet. Lige. Nå, så er der den her. Og tager vi den her. Ja. Og så flytter jeg lige. Det er ikke fordi det fylder så meget det her gang, men det var lige så ikke lige for kørt rundt i stenen og alt muligt. Sådan der. Så jeg havde lovet Ulla, at jeg kom til at love lidt til det. Og det er okay. Zoom out further. Og det betyder, at jeg jo så måtte ned i hobby og købe noget garn. Det er jo rigtig, rigtig trist, når man på den måde må... Nej. Så jeg var nede og købe noget garn. Og jeg købte 4 nøgler. Og skulle bruge 6 her. Jeg kan godt huske det, for jeg har faktisk lavet rigtig, rigtig mange af de her tipper her. Og jeg er også blevet enig med mig selv om, at hvis det her går godt, så har jeg tænkt mig at strikke minimum 2 tipper mere. Nemlig til min stedsøn og hans kæreste. De har lige flyttet i deres første lejlighed. Som sådan lejlighedsgråstreg-hus. Så vidt jeg forstod, så er det nærmest et helt hus, de har lejet til en halv bondegård. Nå, det skal vi ikke tale så meget om. Så jeg tænker, og de bruger altid tæpper, de tæpper jeg selv har, når de er her, så det er dem, de ligger og krammer sig til. De skal selvfølgelig have deres eget, når det er til den tid kommer. Men så det er super fedt, at nu får jeg en anledning til, at jeg kan prøve det af og se, om mine hænder simpelthen kan holde til det. Det er det, der er spørgsmålet er, hvor meget kommer det her til at gå ud over med hænder. Men nu vil jeg sige, at i går sad jeg og strikkede en af mine klude færdig, fordi jeg har nogle små strikkeprojekter liggende, og jeg får flere og flere projekter lige pludselig, der bare ligger, så jeg vil gerne have afsluttet noget, så derfor så tænkte jeg, nu strikker jeg det her en lille projekt færdigt, fordi jeg jo så også var startet på det her, og det er det, der hedder hjørne til hjørne tæppe, og hjørne til hjørne betyder, at jeg starter. Det startede hernede, og så tager jeg ud, sådan så det bliver, så man kan se. Og så bliver det bare større. Og jeg elsker at strikke med sådan noget garn her. Ikke garnet som sådan, men farvekombinationen af det. Fordi det her, det er sådan noget multicolor noget. Det er fedt, du vil, men jeg så på nogle forskellige videoer, så havde jeg sagt blå og grøn og sådan noget, men det her, og jeg tænkte, nej, jeg bliver også nødt til at vælge noget, som jeg selv synes er flot. Som jeg selv tænker, at det her, det synes jeg er rigtig fed farve at arbejde med. Så ja, det er jeg rigtig glad for, at du synes, at det er, fordi jeg var også selv helt vild med også. Og jeg tror faktisk lidt desværre, at det her er en rest. Det så lidt sådan ud, jeg spurgte ikke til det dernede. Men lad os nu se, det kan være, at jeg kan lave et mere, fordi det kunne faktisk også være en rigtig god farve til min svigersøn. Nej, ikke svigersøn, min stedsøn. Så, men jeg er rigtig, rigtig vild med de her farver her, hvor du har de her glidende overgange til forskellige farver. Og jeg har lavet rigtig mange af de her multicolor tæpper her på den måde, og leget med dem. Det her, lige præcis det her, hedder Carnival og er fra Hobby. Det er et 100% akrylik, og det betyder nemlig, at du kan vaske det på 30 grader. Du må ikke tumble det, men du kan sagtens vaske det af ganske almindelig, i virkeligheden sådan ganske almindelig, kunststofvask på 30 grader. Og så selvfølgelig hænge det ud til tørre bagefter. Så det, altså, og det synes jeg, ja, på den måde behøver man ikke at være bekymret for det. Så. Og det er, altså jeg vil sige, det er super nemt at strikke det, fordi det er ret hele vejen. Og så tager man ud i starten af hver pind. Og det jeg egentlig skulle se, det var fordi, at den måde jeg tager ud på, og har lært det, er lidt anderledes. Altså, jeg kan gøre det på 2 måder, fordi man laver det, der hedder et omslag. Og det kan du enten lave ved bare at lægge garnet omkring pinden, eller man kan lave sådan en lykke. Og så prøver jeg se, om jeg kan vise det ganske kort her. Og det her, det er de her zinkpinde, jeg snakkede lidt om i starten, for det der hedder Nipro, og de er super glade for mig at sidde med. Men når jeg så laver sådan en omslag, så i stedet for bare at lave sådan en her, så laver jeg en lille lykke her. Og grunden til at gøre det på den måde, det er simpelthen fordi jeg har fundet ud af, at det skaber et meget mindre hul, når jeg kommer den hen og skal strikke den anden vej. Nu prøver jeg lige at strikke ned den anden ende her. Vi tager lige noget strikkekursus her. Super, du husker at sige, hvad du skal have, for jeg er bare så glad for, at du giver det der at lave en til mig. Ja, jeg skal nok. Altså det der er i det, Ulla, det er jo, at dybest set, så vil du aldrig, så kommer du aldrig til at betale det koster. Så sådan rent, kan man sige, hvis vi skal snakke om timepris og sådan noget. Så du kommer til at betale for garnet, og så selvfølgelig portoen. Og så måske en lille smule ekstra oveni, men det bliver ikke særlig meget. Altså, så det bliver kommer måske til at ligge på alt i alt, fordi garnet koster omkring 150 kroner, og så med portoen. Så jeg tænker, at og hvis jeg så også skal lidt for at lave det, jamen så kommer det måske til at ligge på en plovmand eller sådan noget alt det. Nå, nu må vi se. Normalt er jeg nemlig ikke særlig god til at tage penge for sådan noget her. Jeg kan bedst lige bare give det fra mig, og så bliver jeg dødlupet af en mand bagefter. Nej, det gør jeg ikke. Men han ser mig, jeg får lidt det der overbrillen blik, fordi at selvfølgelig har jeg brugt tid på det, men ja, jeg er ikke så god til at tage penge for det. Nå. Men når jeg så kommer ned i den anden ende her, så stod der nemlig i opskriften, at så skulle jeg strikke den drejet, og det betyder, at jeg skal strikke den i stedet for her, hvor jeg ligesom tager fat i den forreste del af masken. Når jeg strikker den del af den masken, der vender tættest på mig, så skal jeg tage fat i den del, der vender længst væk fra mig. Det finder vi ud af, det skriver jeg selvfølgelig ud af det. Altså når jeg vil sige det på den måde, når jeg er færdig med det, og så vi ser til det, så vasker jeg det. Så tager jeg fat i den bagerste del af masken heromme. Og fordi den er drejet, så har jeg kunne se på det, jeg har lavet indtil videre, at så kommer det til at se mest naturligt ud. I forhold til den kant, der kommer herude. Fordi ellers så kan man faktisk godt få, og det har jeg fået på nogle af de første, sjaler og sådan noget, jeg lavede. Der fik jeg ligesom sådan et ekstra hul her. Det var så sådan nogle, det var et sjal, jeg lavede. Det første sjal var også sådan et nede fra bunden af. Og så skulle jeg tage 2 ud hele tiden, eller tage 1 ud i forhold til midten. Og så kunne man se sådan de her huller, der kom. Og det så okay ud på sjalet, men på sådan en tæppe her er det faktisk ikke så fedt. Så, men det jeg så har bestilt, jeg har bestilt denne her. Og den tror faktisk, den er samme farve i rundpinden. Men jeg har kun bestilt selve pinden, fordi jeg har kablerne. Og det synes jeg faktisk, det er jo et helt genialt system, at man kan have nogle, altså jeg kan have de her små dele, og det fylder ikke så meget. Og så på et eller andet tidspunkt, som ikke var så længe, jeg tror, det kommer her i løbet af ugen, så sætter jeg det på, og så kan jeg så får det lov til at fylde lidt mere. Jeg så, at det kommer til at være 100 gange 140, tror jeg det hedder, tæppet, når det er færdigt. Og det bliver nok en lille smule større, fordi jeg bruger lidt mere garn. Fordi jeg har købt ind, så der er 2 nøgler af det her, og 2 nøgler af det andet. Der er 200 gram, eller 100 gram per nøgle her, og der skulle, jeg tror det var noget med, at jeg fandt ud af, at det var 150 gram per side, altså, og så skal man begynde at tage den igen på et tidspunkt, og så kan jeg sgu bare tage 2 nøgler. Så ja, så det er det, jeg skal lave. Så nu har I set starten af det, og så på et eller andet tidspunkt, så tager jeg det med herind igen, Og så kan I se, hvordan det ser ud, når man kommer længere hen, og der kommer mere af det her farveskift på. Ej, se nu, hvad jeg fik lavet her. Altså, Pia. Nå. Det er godt, det kan vaskes, det her. Så ja. Og jeg har som sagt lavet de her tæpper. Jeg har lavet rigtig mange af dem. Jeg tror, at det som der lidt gik galt for mig, da jeg sådan begyndte at kigge mig om efter en anden form for håndarbejde, grunden til, at jeg begyndte at kigge mig om efter noget andet håndarbejde, det var fordi, at jeg på et tidspunkt strikkede jeg nogle ret tykke tæpper. Og de bliver ret tunge på et tidspunkt. Og den der tyngde der, jeg tror, det lidt var det, der var for hårdt for mine hænder. Og derfor så stoppede jeg og tænkte, det kan jeg ikke. Men jeg kan godt se, at hvis jeg med denne her faktisk en meget god mellemstørrelse af pinde 5, fordi de små eller de tynde pinde kan faktisk også blive for tynde. Fordi så sidder jeg lidt og strammer, fordi jeg skal føler, at jeg skal holde fast på pinden. Men her der ligger den faktisk lidt mere naturligt, så pinde 5 kan godt være en okay størrelse for mig. Så, og jeg kan godt lide at strikke, vil jeg så sige. For mig er det at strikke er rigtig, rigtig fedt. Også fordi jeg kan have det med mig. Altså jeg kan også tage det med mig, når jeg skal til Manchester for eksempel. Og så kan jeg sidde og strikke både i lufthavnen og på flyet og altså alle mulige steder. Og særligt når det er de her rundpinde, særligt når det er de her udskiftelige rundpinde, fordi de er ikke særlig lange. Så det virker ikke så drabeligt faktisk. Det er lidt sjovt, men det gør det ikke. Så nogle gange har jeg haft det med på flyet, og nogle gange så pakker jeg det bare med kuffert, og så gør jeg det, når jeg så lander over hos hende. Og så sidder jeg og strikker om aftenen der. Også fordi for mig, også fordi det her med striktæpperne, fordi det er bare sådan en gang ret, så er det noget, jeg kan sidde og gøre, enten når man sidder og ser fjernsyn, eller man sidder og snakker. Altså der skal ikke så meget til, hvor at de andre former her, for det første så vil jeg aldrig tage sådan et projekt som det her med. For det andet kan man sige, at altså sådan noget som sidder farvelæg eller tegne eller sådan noget, det er jo noget, der skal jeg være mere i ro og mere mig selv. Jeg har også tænkt mig at tage min skitseblok med, fordi at jeg vil faktisk gerne, jeg tænker, der bliver nogle dage, hvor hun formentlig skal arbejde, og jeg så lige kan sidde i ro og mag. Forhåbentlig bliver det sådan lidt godt efterårsvejr, det kunne jeg godt tænke mig. Det er godt nok England, så man skal være opmærksom på, at det kan jo godt begynde at regne og sådan noget. Og klokken er 4 nu, og det betyder, at jeg skal holde en pause. Og så, når jeg kommer tilbage, så starter vi den op på engelsk. Jeg tror, jeg skal ud og have en kop kaffe. Det synes jeg har lyst til. Så går lige sådan her. Så det var meget fedt, du lige kom på, Ulla, at vi lige kunne snakke om det med med strikkeprojektet. Ja, det er rigtigt, din ferie starter nu. Det er rigtigt. Cool. Ja, og min den slutter. Jeg har jo fri mandag, det vil sige jeg har fri i morgen, og så starter jeg på arbejde igen tirsdag. Så skal jeg arbejde i 4 uger, og så har jeg 2 ugers ferie. Så jeg tager lige og åbner for rated igen, og så lige se her. Men det er da fedt. Det er da en god dag. Så skal du være i sommerhus alle dagene, eller er det kun de her, de første dage, eller hvordan? kan tage først hjem på fredag, og man skal starte med at arbejde med. Ja. Hvorfor siger den det? Det bliver da bare fedt. Det er da rigtig, rigtig fedt. Er det jeres eget sommerhus? Eller er det, de har lejet, eller hvordan? Din mand og hans brors sommerhus. Vi har arvet fra deres far. Fedt. Cool. Skru lige op for den her. Godt. Jeg henter lige en kop kaffe, og så er jeg tilbage igen. Jeg har ikke nogen pause på, at jeg så langt i dag, tror jeg. Five minutes and I'm back. Okay, let's get the show on the road. Go. Okay, so it is a little almost 10 after 4. So, and it's Sunday, and this is the English part of my stream. Welcome in. If you're watching this on the bar, welcome in. You have entered Pia's Creative Corner. My name is Pia, and yeah, today we're gonna do diamond painting, and I have already been working on this for the last hour or so, and it is Christopher Lowell's Lotus, and it looks like this when it's done, or the original picture, I could say. It is with round drills or round stones. There's a lot of color blocking in it. At the moment I'm working with these. That is AB drills. And I think it makes a lot of sense as it is like she's lying in some kind of water or something, so the shine of the water and the light, just in general I would say there is a lot of color blocking in it, but I don't mind. It's quite okay. That was one of the reasons why I didn't make a switch, because I was working on my process conversion picture, and on that one there's a lot of confetti. So I'm gonna work on this for the next 1 or 2 weeks, and then I'm gonna switch back to the conversion and work one week on that. I think maybe a little bit more, but around 1 week, and then I will be very close to September 1st, where we're gonna do Into the Drills and Chills. So this is for the month of August, and if I'm not finished with this will have to wait until I'm done with the Drills and Chills, at least until I'm done with the first picture, and then I'm gonna see where I am. I think in a way that's just how it is with, just in general, how my process is at this time of year when it comes to diamond painting, because I really like to enter the Drills and Chills event and the Jingle Drills event. So when we are kind of reaching that last part of the year, it is a little bit, it is that time of year where I will probably have the most work in progress projects lying around unfinished, and then I will finish them as just in between, and there's usually will be around 3 weeks from in the week of in the month of November. So there will be about 3 weeks there where I can finish a couple of the pictures, because usually I will be halfway, and so yeah, we will see. This is one picture that was a bit of controversial, because it is a naked woman, and people were talking a lot about how the picture looked, and it's like there's a snake on it. And apparently some were like, because how it's all made, that they were very appalled about it. It was like, I think to the pure heart everything is pure, and I actually, when I bought it, didn't even see that. So it was only first when people were kind of pointing it out and saying, well, have you seen the snake or the snake thing? I was like, what the hell? And I was like, but isn't that kind of a tail or something? Yeah, you know. Whatever. I am in a bit of a burnout when it comes to diamond painting at the moment. So I think just to be in a situation where I'm working on a completely different theme than the other ones I've been working for the first part of the year is a good idea. Um, just so I'm not, I really don't want to lose interest in it because I really enjoy it, but I do get why people do burn out on it but I think this will happen in any kind of craft where you do so many projects in a very short period of time. For instance, my cross stitch is actually, it's not, I'm not like just 2 stitches away from finishing, but I'm closing in on it, and I'm working on it almost every day to get to that point where I have to take it off the stand I have and then put it in a hoop and do the rest of it. I'm gonna do the last part, the upper part, I'm gonna do with a smaller hoop, probably by hand. I think holding the hoop in the hand because it's very it's a bit hard to place it in any of the other stands. So, and it's really a smaller part of the picture it's gonna be in, so it's okay. And I'm getting there. I'm really getting there. I'm looking very much forward to reach that threshold almost. But I do have a lot of I still have a lot of confetti on my cross stitch to work on. But yeah. So I hope that everyone is enjoying their weekend, have had a good week, and looking forward to the next week. I know that Ulla is, we were just talking about in the Danish part that she is actually starting her holiday now and have a week of work, so she's happy. She's a happy camper. I am ending mine. I have my usually day of work Monday, and then my first day back from holiday will be Tuesday. Then I will be working for 4 weeks, and then I will be having the rest of my summer holiday, and then I will be working. I think it is 4 weeks again, and then I will be having my 1 week holiday in the fall. So yeah. But I kind of decided today that I wanted to work on this one. I haven't had the energy to do as much as I wanted to, and I did kind of say the last Sunday that even though I had a lot of plans for what I wanted to do in my summer on my week here, I knew that it probably wouldn't be as much as I had in my head, because I have had a really rough couple of months, and sometimes maybe ignoring more than, you know, maybe use a little bit more energy than I actually have um, available, so to speak. So, and you have to pay it sometime. It is something you have to. Your body will cash in and say, well, now you have the opportunity. So it looks really nice. So if you haven't seen if you wasn't there when I did my unplanned stream during the week, I can tell you that I had a small trip to the vet with my four-legged child, my dog, and it was just an ordinary health check and his vaccinations, and everything was good. He's a nice, good-looking adult dog. um, Unfortunately, the flat-coated retrievers are not getting very old. Usually, they are prone to a lot of different kind of cancers and stuff. So from now on, every day is a blessing. And we're just gonna enjoy the time he's here, and we know what to do when time comes, and that's it. I'm not gonna think too much about it, because then I'm never gonna have a dog again. But on the other hand, I am very aware that due to our on what do you say, not we haven't completely decided what to do with, concerning our living quarters. So we don't, it's not 100% that we're gonna sell the house. It's not 100% we're gonna stay. So if he, God forbid, if something happens and we have to go take him to the vet for the last time, I won't get a new one until we know for certain what we're gonna do with our home. So yeah, that's gonna be a rough one, but as with everything else, we will get through it. So the week in general here, I have been doing a bit of videos for my gallery. I haven't uploaded them yet, but I have recorded them, and the uploading thing is something that I need to, do one of the days. But the recording is the first thing, and yeah, it is what it is. In the sense that I know that they are a bit, inconsistent in what I'm saying, but I hope that it's more like, for me, it is small videos with every picture I have available, and that means that it's not gonna be every one I'll have been doing, because some of them I already gave away. But it's the picture I have, and some of them I have been like, um, recording, and then I know they will be not mine forever because I am gonna give them to someone else when time is ready. So yeah. I have been playing a lot of Coral Island. It tends to be a good game for me because it's not so stressing. It's not like I have to kill something before a timeline runs out, and I don't have to. I can just farm different things, and yeah, and it's there's some other things with Coral Island when I'm it shows that it's still a game that they do develop, and there's just been a patch, and so some of the things are like, you know, new ones, and but there's still a lot where I'm like, that is not very clear what to do. Like it gives you a quest, and then it's like, but it doesn't say how you solve it so much. It's just like, go there and figure it out. It's like, but but on the other hand, there's still a lot of other things you can do and solve all the other side quests and stuff like that. So that's what I've been doing. Um, it's a lot like farming game, a cozy game, and you can actually get married there if you build a big enough house. And of course, build the relations that are appropriate for that kind of thing. So yeah. Um, and because my husband has found his favorite game, it is a bit of a not a fight, but we have like a schedule, a routine of when who is playing what. So so yeah, I never would have imagined that, to be honest. So so that's more or less what my week have been. Yeah, and then I went yarn shopping, and I shopped for a bit of a accessorize, some knitting pins for my new project. I'm gonna knit a blanket for Ula. Um, and I just showed on my Danish part of the stream the yarn and stuff like that. So, but unless Dealer Chica is stopping by and saying hi, I'm not gonna show it here because not yet anyway. I wanna wait until I get the last bits for my project, and then I can take a. Then I think I'm gonna go a bit deeper into the project. I just wanted to show Ula the yarn. I did send a picture, but sometimes it's a bit easier to see it when you can see how it moves, and so that's actually why I kind of did it. Um, so, and then of course the Olympics had their opening ceremony Friday, which we were watching, me and my hubby, and it was amazing, and I was very very impressed in a lot of levels about the whole thing, and I really really enjoyed and like that it was centered around the city, Paris, and not on a stadium. I know there has been critic voices around that, but I actually thought it was more a plus than a more good thing than a bad thing, to be honest. Um, and we have been watching the men's qualification in gymnastics and a little bit of the women qualification gymnastics. I have been watching some diving and a little bit of horse military, but not much because I had to go stream. But I am recording it because I really want to see the military. Yeah, Ulla says she thought it was also, she also thought it was really amazing opening for the Olympics, and it was really beautiful when they came sailing. Absolutely. And I really like they utilized the whole surroundings in the whole show. They used like the Seine, the river, to like a usually it would be like all the sports people, they will be walking in the stadium for every country, but Friday they were sailing in boats. Some of the countries had their own boats because there were so many, but a lot of the countries were sharing boats, and and you could just see that they were just, it was a party. They were having a party. They really enjoyed it. They were happy. They were excited, and even though it was pouring cats and dogs, it was still an amazing, and people was happy. Of course they were wet, and some of them did have raincoats, but a lot of them didn't care. And it was because it wasn't cold. It was still about 20 degrees Celsius, so it wasn't cold. Not by European standard anyway. So yeah, in that sense, it was like the whole city was at a one big party, and they had Lady Gaga did open the whole thing, and Celine Dion was the one who ended it, so to speak, after they had lightened the Olympic flame and raised the flag, and I think that it was all because it was also a they celebrated, they were telling this history of the city, of the whole France, and all that, but there was also a celebration of diversity, about being inclusive, being one, being people, being peace, um, and I think that to me anyway, they nailed it. I think they really nailed it, because they did come around, and they told, actually, in the Danish speakers told that this is the first Olympics where it's where the participants is equal, men and women. So that is the first time ever. Usually there will be, and I think actually usually there will be more men, but this year they were 50-50, and that speaks a lot, I think, for itself. Um, they had one of the happenings that were there, events were that they were having a heavy metal band playing, um, and showing with the whole French Revolution and the guillotine and all that. And what with the heavy band was also a were like um, a opera singer that was singing part of the heavy music or supply being like adding to the heavy. It was really amazing, and I have heard that before, like where actually classic music can bring another dimension to the heavy metal or the heavy rock music. It that I really liked. So I so it was a really really amazing scenery. Um, yeah. So now it's always like when the years where the Olympics, it's like one long summer with a lot of sports events, because we have the Tour de France, we have like the Olympics and the Paralympics. We've just had a World Cup in football. Um, we had the Le Mans, the 24-hour race. Yeah, and then probably a couple of more. So yeah. So if you don't like sports events, you're gonna be tired of running through the channel overlook to see if there's something that's not about sports. So yeah, but there are things that you're still able to stream non-sport things. So I think to me it's more like, I would love that would be more about the gymnastics, the diving, the whole shooting program, the archery program, for instance, horses. Um, and I do get that for the most part they will send, most of it will be like where we have people that are attending. But yeah. But I think it's also a bit because, I'm not that much into handball or football or soccer, or it's something I'm just watching if accidentally I can't go around it. But I'm not that much into it. I think the only time I really was like following Danish handball was back in the days, where we had some really big and very very amazing players that were like they were something special, and they did go the whole way. They did go the whole way with the World Cup and the European and the Olympics. So yeah. Um, but we actually do have a lot of Danish um, people, because being with to the Olympics, because we have the whole swimming team and badminton and handball, and the whole sailing part is a really big thing in Denmark. And then of course the horses. We have the Danish team, in classic English writing. So, and I think also we had like a Danish writer in military. He did mess it up, so I don't think he got very far, but for what I just saw before I had to go online. I think it's a 100, or is it 20, 15 or something? So, people that are down there, so. But I think that it would have been amazing to be part of it, and see the whole thing. But, it's really expensive to see some of the big finals. For instance, the one who is Danish girl that is speaking on to the gymnastics for the Danish television, she told that she didn't get any tickets for the women's finals, and that's because everyone is counting on Simone Biles being part of it. So yeah, they would probably gone. Hey, Stila, welcome in. Thanks for stopping by. How are you today? Isn't it funny, Stila? When I was at Hobby, I immediately thought of you. I'm like, oh, Stila should have been here. I have to do like a live streaming or something next time. I'm in Hobby, or a vlog or something. I good thought it was going to be a hangout day with his son, but no, he went out. Aww, he left you behind. Well, darn it. Yes, live Hobby stream. Yeah. I just told on my Danish part that I'm not really good at shopping yarn online, and I think it's because I really need to see with my hands and feel the yarn before I buy it. I need to see it and be able to turn it around and see it, the colors, and that's okay. I don't mind just not leaving my house. I'm good with that too. I know you are. And well, then you can stay. You can stay and spend time with me, or us in here. So yeah. So the times I had shop yarn online, it's been okay, but I'm usually a little bit disappointed in a way because the colors are not what I think they are, and you know I'm not that experienced, I think, either in buying yarn online. So I really to need to hold it and feel it in my hands before I buy it. And they were actually on sale, the yarn I bought. And I will admit I was very, very close on buying for two more blankets, but I was like, no, no, no. Do this, finish it, and see how your hands are like and your fingers are like, and then you can buy for two more. Same, I need to touch the yarn and see the colors. Yeah, exactly, exactly. Online just not, no it isn't. I really don't believe you can buy everything online. not in my world. Of course, you can buy everything online technical, but in my world, when because I need to see things in that way, with things like that, I really need to hold it and see how it feels like and how it is and how the colors are, and I think it's really because if it says it's like this, it says it's a acrylic or whatever, it doesn't tell me, it doesn't tell my hands anything. It just doesn't. And I'm a little bit the same with clothes. I really enjoy buying clothes more when I can feel it than online. The best in between is when I attending these live streaming on Facebook on a shop in Denmark that has like plus size clothes, and because she's putting the clothes on so I can see how it moves, but it's still something with the colors. So sometimes I have ordered things that I have sent back because the colors were, not what I expected. But it does help me a bit more with getting a feeling or a sense of what kind of fabric it is and how the style is and things like that. Right, there's soft, cushy, acrylic, and there's too stiff and itchy kinds. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Have you started on your picture, Stila? This one? Ooh. Well, it's better than nothing. It's better than nothing, right? Got one whole square down. Yeah. It really kind of hit me when I started this picture that how much I needed to work with something, a different kind of theme. And just because it's so much something else than the other ones, I really enjoy working with this picture. Um, in a way, I didn't actually had anticipated. Um, so I might even just keep working on it, and just finishing it in the month of August, just because I really try not to be hit the burnout sensation and be more like, okay, I'm just gonna do what I really feel like doing, and I sign the closing papers tomorrow on new house, and my oldest is getting married Thursday. Big changes in the life. Big changes. Remember to breathe. Oh. big changes, but good changes. Good changes. Our older stepson and his girlfriend has just signed the uh, lease contract on an apartment slash house they're gonna rent, and I think they already moved. They asked us to come down Wednesday or Sunday, but to be honest, I have been so drained for energy, and I was like, I can't. And I really need to use the opportunity in this holiday just to chill out and have nothing I'm gonna, I don't have to be anything for anyone in this week. Yeah, breathe. Ula says, big congratulations with everything. Good changes and a lot of work coming up. I hate moving. Yeah. Moving is only fun when it's all done. When you're like you already when you have been moved and you're sitting in your new home and just enjoying the new place, that's when it's a good thing. But all the things that leads up to that, that's not good. So so I actually said no, and I said to my husband then, I really feel like we have been through so many things so far this year, and we're still not done. And if I have to find the strength for the last part, I really need to take care of me, and I need to to watch out for what I use of energy and stuff like that. And it's not like we're never gonna go there. We are, and it might be something in September where we have our holiday and we can go together, and both of us will be like, um, we won't have to figure out. One of us not going have to get up early next day, and we've had all the hours to get ready and no stress, and we really need to have that. I just said that before I went streaming, that I really think that it's important that when we do have our holiday together in September, that we go somewhere, and if everything is still up in the air with the whole union case and all that, we could just go and go for the market day on Wednesday in the nearby town, or go and have a walk in Tivoli, or in Copenhagen, and just him and I be a bit tourist in our own country, but in the way where we're just gonna be in a relaxed way. Maybe go and see the forest sanctuary place where you can get your urn put down. See that again, because that would be a different kind of year, different time of the year. So the forest will look a little bit different and all that. So, and just do some stuff together and not just sit at home or do garden stuff. And I think it's important that we now just have a week. When we are having holiday this time, we're gonna have like holiday and do things, go see things, um, go for a car ride, to, you know, wherever, and have an ice cream and go back again if that's what we desire that day. Um, there's no secret, I think, that it's been a rough year so far, and it is one of the reasons why I had to kind of cut down or cut back on the hours I'm streaming, because I kind of discovered I don't have the same resources as I used to have, and when things happen in real life, you just have to choose, and that's an easy one, because I'm not gonna choose this life over my real life. This is still a hobby. This is still something I do for fun, and so my real life, it has to work. It has to. There need to be some kind of things being balanced there, and it's been off balance, to be honest. I don't want to go into details per se, but it's been a bit off balance, and we needed to find the balance again, my husband and I. I think it's different things, but still some of the things are very like natural in a way. It's like how life is, but and I think that if only that had happened, we would have been okay. But because it kind of collided with other things, it 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 became a lot of things, and yeah, I didn't see everything in the clearest light, and I needed to speak with some good friends about it, and I realized different things, that for instance, that sometimes we can get so caught up in our own thinking, and you know the whole, do I want to be right or do I want to be happy, that I needed to actually look at myself and be like, and ask myself, what is most important for me, what is important for me. Is it important for me to feel like I want something, or is it important for me to feel like I have a future with my husband, and to feel like this is only a temporary thing, this is not something that's gonna be forever. um, and I've never doubted how much I love my husband. I never doubted that um, that it was the right thing that I married him back then. Um, but even though sometimes love is not enough, you know, and whenever when to be honest, and to be, if we're gonna talk the honest language here, we just have to be honest about ourselves. And um, women and men speak very different languages. Let's just say that. And men are not that keen into talking about feelings, about the tough things. They're not that happy about that kind of things. And women are more like feeling animals, and we want to talk about the whole thing. And I think from me personal, I'm like, when something happens, I get very solution oriented. I'm like, okay, now this happened, we have to find a way to get around it. We have to find a way to, solve it, and then we can move on. And then I sometimes forget to look at my surroundings and be like, okay, but what did it do to the people that actually were affected by whatever happened? And not in the way that I can't feel the empathy, but I kind of forget that that when things like that happen, we don't act and react the same. In the sense that some things can be easier to handle um, if it's like a personal matter, in family life, it can be easier to handle. But when it comes to your working life, it hits really hard because if your pride is there, for instance, and you usually that is your solid ground, and if that is where you get hit, that is actually hitting harder than if something happened in private life or the other way around. um, and you know because we are different as people and as men and women, we solve this kind of challenges different. So where we women would love to talk about it and be like, okay, well, tell me how you're feeling and tell me what I can do to make it better, or come and tell me if you're sad. Or men just men doesn't do that. Hey y'all, the diamond painting is so pretty. Thank you. First communication today, and I can't even spell. It is right. It's okay. That's all right. I got some sleep. Oh, Banana, welcome in, and thanks for stopping by. Um, it's okay. We don't mind. I still got what you said. It wasn't that bad. I hope you had a good sleep, and yeah, sit down, chill out, and have fun with us today. I'm gonna work with this all stream, so I really want to get moving on it. um, so yeah, I just I feel like it's such a funny thing because I feel like I had a good talk with my husband, but we didn't talk. But we came to an understanding without talking, and I really learned something new when it came to that. Um, and it is like I think in a way I got my eyes and my ears connected in a way where I listened to him not saying anything, and then I watch him do a lot of things, and I'm like, okay, so I think that is like I found, I found the key, um, when it, for this one. So I think in a way we are moving the right way, and we do have. I feel like we are like moving on. But it's been rough. It's been really rough. Unfortunately, I don't think it's a thing you can not let go around. It's not something that you can ignore. You will have to solve it somehow. The challenge is to solve it in a way where you are not like putting ultimatums up or be like, if you don't do as I say, then it's all over. It all go into the whole feeling mode because it's hard for men to, just in general, it's hard for men to completely be engulfed in things like that. Just saying. So besides waking up, Madonna, I'm going to start cooking dinner shortly. Oh, what are we having today? Here in my place, we're gonna have. I think we're actually gonna have beef, a steak today. Yeah, we yesterday when we were done riding. I was done riding. My husband was with me out there because he was gonna help fix some things, and then while I was riding, so that's all good. And I think we were doing this thing about when you're hungry and you go shopping. That's never a really good idea. So what we did. Ula says that sounds nice. She's on her way. I'm going to try chicken and rice baked with cream of mushroom soup and some broth. But I think I'm going to put it on top of the stove first. Oh, try not to make too much work for myself. That sounds actually really delicious, Madonna, and like a good, you know, a good idea, good recipe. Um, So we did shop for dinner last night, but we also shopped for lunch, and it was actually a little bit too late to eat lunch. So we did, and I bought a pizza. It was like a lunch pizza, so it was not big, but so I ate half of it, and the rest my husband ate plus some lunch things. He bought some meatballs and some cold potato things, and then he said when we were closing in on dinner, was like, what time do you think you're gonna eat dinner? Because are you hungry now? And I was like, no. Let's just I'm gonna just have some apple and some muesli, and so we did have a really light dinner yesterday. So that meat we're gonna have today. Um, the thing is, I have really, I'm not eating as much portion wise as I used to. I do the, I do that, and I add broccoli, cauliflower, put it in the oven with some cheese on top. So yummy. Thanks. I hope it goes well. I'm not the best cook. I want more than edible. Don't always get it. But, Madonna, you try, and that is actually the most important thing because you learn. And I know that feeling like, okay, that was not too well. So yeah, but you do learn. I actually made, no, Friday? Thursday I made, um, which I haven't done for the longest time. I made food. I cooked in our wok, um, and did some stir fry and with vegetables and meat, and I never really know what's in my in PS quick stir fry pan, but it's my own recipe, and I put sesame oil, I put fish sauce, and I put oyster sauce, and then some other sauce, and some other things, and then of course all the chili and the oranges and lime, and then I have some different kind of vegetables, and I just stir fry it, and I put milk, cocoa milk, and some cream in it, just to give it lift the taste of the sauce that would be in it a bit. So yeah, and then we usually will eat what glass noodle, or last week because it wasn't like we didn't have that. So we got just an ordinary soup noodles, but it tasted amazing. So I kind of promised that I'm gonna be like doing that, maybe not every week, but a bit more often. Ula's getting hungry and she doesn't even know what they're gonna have for dinner. Yeah. So, and it's really quick doing it, you know. The thing that it does take some time to cut it all up slice the things, but because my husband helps me and we kind of do it together, and it's not that bad. I think I did stop doing it because at one point I did it all myself, and I was so worn out afterwards. So it was like it was not fun, and I'm not like I don't usually enjoy cooking. It's not something I think is funny. I cook because I want to survive. And that's it. But what I was gonna say is I wanted to lose weight for a long time, and I have been getting some supplements to curb my hunger, and it's I was almost giving up on it because I didn't got I was like I'm never getting any result, but I really liked the taste. I was like, oh well, I'm gonna give it. So I've been taking this supplement with my collagen supplement for a year, and actually lately, the last couple of months, I think I have experienced it really start kicking in. So I'm not, and it's like my portion size is significantly smaller. Um, and I think that is really like I can't eat as much as I used to. That, and then I started intermediate feasting or fasting. So I'm not eating anything between 8 or 9 evening and around 11, 12 next day. Um, then I will eat a little bit. I'm not eating a huge amount of food, but I am eating a bit more than I would for an ordinary lunch. Um, but not much, to be honest. Um, and then I will eat dinner, but not as much. And it's not like it's not like I'm losing. I've lost 100 pound, but and I'm not gonna lose 100 pound, but uh, I can see it on my clothes, and that's always been like my first point, a marker for when I am losing weight, and I have not dared to go on a scale yet, and I don't know if I am at all gonna do that because then if I haven't lost any weight, I'm just gonna be sad. For now, I just want to celebrate them that clothes wise I have. And then maybe I can take later on a scale and then put some numbers on it. Um, you totally feel that, Stella? Yeah. I really wanted to lose some weight, also because that's kind of the only thing the doctors are saying to me when it comes to my pain, and now also with my diabetes. And I'm like, you know, not my own. He's actually quite nice about it, but I just wanted them to back off. And now clothes fitting better is a win. Yeah, absolutely, right? So, and I actually, when was that? We had like a big rain day. A Saturday, I was out. I was going horseback riding, and I don't have any rain riding clothes per se. So, I will just be putting on whatever clothes, and then I'll just take some dry clothes with me. But I was thinking that I wanted to try my old pants, because I actually kind of gave up on them at one point because they were too tight on the legs, for me. Not like I couldn't pull them up or anything, but they did, because I have like these sensation thing going on where I can't feel everything on my skin on my leg. Um, I I am a bit sensitive about what kind of clothes I have on my legs. And usually my everyday clothes is very loose pants or something like that, because if it's something that's too tight, I can get all like um, yeah, it's just not nice to have it on. So long story short, I put those pants on and it's like, oh shoot, I have lost weight, because they were just like Swiss. Yeah, I get worn out easy too. It's hard for me to pace myself with cooking. Yeah, I get that. I'm really happy, and I do appreciate a lot that in this house, in this family, it is my husband that is cooking most of the food. If it was up to me, and especially now when we don't have kids anymore, we would never get any food. It would be like, yeah, we would get food. We would get like bread most of the time, because I'm like, it's it is like, you know you're gonna do it, but you're just tired before you even started. And so yeah, so that's really a nice thing. And then I'm trying to do other things in return, because something, if you can do something because you like it, or because it's not that bad for you, um, yeah, you find the compromise. So I think my compromise is I do the laundry, and I do the whole laundry. So he's never gonna put any clothes away. I wash it, I dry it, I fold it, and I put it in the closet. And that's kind of my everyday contribution to the household, like his cooking is. So, and then we share the cleaning, because we do have 175 square meters, and that's quite a bit for one person to clean. I would say if I was like, 100%, like I would back in the days, I would do that you know, on a morning between 8 and 12. I've been through the whole house, and then I would be doing laundry the day after. Um, I did that back in the days when I was younger, because in my opinion, the partner I had would never be good enough. It would never be good enough anyway. So I would always be like, not nagging, but I would always be like, not satisfied, and I'd rather just do it myself. And that's one thing I've learned with the whole thing with my back and all that. That you have to find a way to compromise, and another way of saying it, like, do I want to be happy or do I want to be right? What where do I get the most energy from? And so I think that's been like, that's a process too. For me, it's been that anyway. That well, he will do it, and he will do it his way, and it won't be as if I did it, but it's still kind of clean, you know. And yeah, and sometimes then I will just be doing it. Um, a deep clean of some of the rooms or something, and then I know that, you know, it does get clean, really clean some of the time. And we just do it differently. We just do it differently. And and to be honest, if I had the energy, if I could, I would still be doing it. I would still be doing the whole house. But that's not the case, and I really am grateful that my husband is helping as much as he does. That is something that is, I wouldn't say that I couldn't do without, but it's something I appreciate a lot because then there will be other things I can do. If I have to use a lot of energy on things like that, well, then there will be other things I can't do. For instance, walk the dog or do the laundry or work. Um, and sometimes I think that the hardest thing for the surrounding is to, not my husband because he's so close to me, but for the rest of the world, so to speak. I think it is hard sometimes to really remember that you do have a problem, and the fact that I only work 10 hours a week is the same as everyone else is having a full time job. My body is using the same amount of energy on working the 10 hours as the person next to me that is working 37 hours. And whenever I reach this time of the day, I am always like worn out, tired, no matter what I've been doing the rest of the day. And that is kind of, you know, that's a process too, to accept that even though I have been like relaxing and not doing anything and taking care of myself, I'm still completely bashed when I reach the afternoon. And I do need my afternoon nap because then otherwise I can't, you know, the days where I don't get them, like today, um, my body when I get to bed, it's really like I'm like in a limbo where on one hand I'm so tired that I'm almost like, you know, you're exhausted, and on the other hand my pain is in a level where I can't really get a good night's sleep. Ula says I also feel when I've been on work that I haven't been. I get no. Ula says I get that because when I've been at work, I don't have much energy back, and it feels like I've been working there for 7 hours, but I've only been there for 2.5 hours. Yeah, that is that. So whenever I do things like this, it's always like I have to kind of weigh pro and cons. How much does streaming give me versus how much does it take away from me? Because no matter what I do, I will still be tired. But usually I will be like in the weekend, I will usually be just been relaxing and take a quick nap on the couch at this time of day, and that will carry me through. But if I don't, I will be paying for it later. That's as easy as that is. So sometimes if I'm really like, you know, pushed the limit, then when I'm done streaming, I will be going into my couch and I will just have a hours sleep or something, just a really short nap before it's dinner is served. And this is where it's so important, it's so essential that my husband is cooking, because otherwise I wouldn't get anything to eat. I would just sleep because I'm too tired to cook. So so I really appreciate the help my husband is giving me when it comes to whole cooking and all that. And I'm really trying to, do all I can for the rest of it, so that um, so it's as close to a normal family as possible. It's not as bad as, oh, it's not, it sounds so horrible when I say that, but it's not so much a a struggle for me, as it was when we had the kids home, living home, um, and there was homework, and there was, everything was like, had to be done at a certain time, and um, but the other side of it is that because we don't have that, we have had to create completely new routines, and now we have like, before it was like every other week we would have like no children, so that would be a grown up week. Now every week is a grown up week, and we had to kind of find a new way to be almost together. But you know, how do we eat? When do we eat? Do we sit at dinner table? Do we sit over at the couches? You know, um, hmm? Yeah, it's for sure different after kids move out. Gotta find a different groove. Absolutely, yeah. And I think very often when the kids are moving out, and and the parents or the couple have to find, like, they have to find each other again in a way, and that sometimes, I think very often, to be honest, is colliding with the women's menopause. um like age wise, I think that's like, you know so there's a whole aspect of, um you know it's not just that the kid's not there, you are an empty nester suddenly or something. It's also that you as a woman is changing, but the thing is that men are changing too. It's just more subtle the way they do it, but they still change. And like with the women, the way they do it are different from man to man. And So the perfect storm is like on its way if you're not paying attention. And I do think that's one of the reasons why you will see a lot of couples that actually, after 20, been married or been together for 20 years, suddenly can't live together anymore. Um, because it's kind of I think it can be like a waking up thing. Not a wake up call per se, but more like you wake up to and suddenly realize that everything is different. Like Stila says, different groove. And you have to kind of decide for yourself, is, even though it's different, do I want to live in this group? Do I want to be with this woman or this man, with this kind of life we have now? Is that okay for me? Um, and I think actually that that is why a lot of people are like realizing, but all we had were the kids. So now that we are only the two of us, I don't really know if I like him. Because a lot of the things you were like ignoring before, or you were like, oh, that's okay. It was okay because you had a lot of other stuff going on. There was a lot of other noise in the house that took the your eyes away from his socks or towels or whatever it can be. Because there will always be like a kid that was needing some kind of attention, some kind of help, but suddenly it's just you and him, or the two of you. And do you really want to live with a woman that constantly are nagging about this and this and never happy? No matter what you do, you can't make her happy. And you maybe the man is not seeing the hurt, maybe he's not seeing that she's actually want help, and she might not be able to ask for it because she was not raised to ask for the help. She was raised to take care of the children, the family, and disregard herself because she was the mother of the family, and she has to be strong. I think that's where it kind of, and that's why you see that maybe that sometimes women, when they do get single in the 50s, they get crazy because suddenly they're like, oh, I don't have to be mother for anyone. My kids are big. They are adults. They are grown ups. They are living their own life. I don't have to be responsible for anyone but myself. So I do think that it's important that you, of course, that you realize that this is what is happening, and then you will have to figure out whether it's what you want or if you don't want it. And please do it because before anyone of you are finding a new path, because you know cheating is never good. It always hurts someone. See, what is the time saying? Oh, lots and lots of time. That is a good thing about about it when it's color blocking, because it does move along really fast. what do I have here? Wow. Lots of one color here. Maybe if I did like, no, let's just do those. It says putting here. And then we're gonna cut it. One more time, and it's gonna be here. Stila or Ulla, please. If you want to show the door. Thank you, Ulla. Ulla is yielding that shear. That sword is like whoosh whoosh. There is no mercy. Ulla was half asleep when I said it. That's amazing, Ulla. I like that. Half asleep. Swish, swish, swish. Somebody needs to be kicked out. Well, it ends up you can do it sleeping. You just need to hear me saying, you need to show someone the door, Ulla, and she would be able to do it while fast asleep. But I'm like kind of wondering, because I think because I don't stream as much, so I must kind of pop up sometimes like a new streamer. Because when I did the whole Thursday Friday streaming, I very rarely saw them on the Sundays. But now I do see them on my Sundays, and I also see them on my unplanned stream. So I think it must be because I don't have that like steady schedule, and I must pop up like a new streamer sometimes on somebody's radar. So I have been, of course, watching the whole different media platforms running up to the Olympics about all the horse things, and one of the things that came to the attention was the whole case about the top rider that was actually whipping her. It wasn't even her horse, it was a horse um, she had in training, and she decided to not attend. And what I'm like, there's two things in it. And I've been talking with my own riding instructor about this, because she's very passionate about the whole not hitting your horse thing, and that's not like just hitting a bit. Why at all go to that solution? Why choose that tool in the box? And I know people will be saying, yeah, but they're kicking each other, but there has been a lot of things going on before they choose to kick. That is like the last thought they will take or choose. There's a lot of other things you can do before that, and they can do before that. What I don't get is that it's like the way she says it is like it was an accident. Oh, I wasn't. Um, she says it's not okay. The way I did it. It wasn't intentionally, or she didn't do it on purpose. Like it was an accident. It was not something she would usually do. I was like, but you're carrying a whip with you. Why are you carrying a whip with you if you don't have an intention in doing it, in using it? Why are you then carrying a whip? And that's like, to me it's like saying I'm just having the gun with me. I don't want to use it, but I'm just having it. Why have it with you? If you don't want to use it, don't have it with you. Then you don't have to be afraid of accidentally shooting someone or accidentally whip a horse. What I really like is that because we have the whole social media platforms now, there is being a lot of light put on the whole horse abuse in the top competing horse world. And this is like a official secret thing. It's something that's been going on for years. It's something that you will see almost everywhere in every riding schools you find, or places all around the world. Um, and I think until you give the horse instructors the right box of tools to a non-violent, motivating way to treat or train your horse, it won't change as much. But what it does at the moment is it is raising awareness, and it is making people that are not horse people, it is making them asking questions. I saw an interview with I can't remember what American channel it was, but it was a news channel, and they were like asking a behavioral expert that was working at a horse sanctuary about this whipping part. First of all, why? And she said it's probably because, I can't know for sure, but it's probably because you want the horse to lift the hindquarters, the back part of the horse, or the back part of the legs. The problem is, first of all, that's not the way to do it. You're not going to solve anything. You're not going to teach the horse anything. It's not going to learn that that's what it's going to do. And it's not doing it because it loves to work with you. It's doing it out of fear if it's doing it. She said, what we do at the sanctuary is we are rewarding the horses when they offer the right behavior. So, and the reward could be a carrot. It was because they were talking about the carrot or the stick method. And she said there could be a carrot, but a scratch can be equal the same rewarding. So just saying good boy or just scratch the horse when it actually offers you the behavior you want can be more enough. She said the problem with carrots is they can be too excited over the carrots. So and my horse trainer is very much against you giving your horse treats because it can emphasize or you can accidentally reward the wrong behavior. Because what horses will do is they will examine things with their mouth, and if you are not careful on how you give them treats, they can accidentally bite you, and then you actually will have rewarded the horse to bite you. So, but as I said to her, it's better that they feed the horses treats, and then maybe the horse will learn to bite, and they will have to put it down because it will start to bite and kick, and they don't know how to solve it. But at least it won't be hit. And I think that's where we have to find a way to say to people that we accept this kind of behavior, we don't accept that kind of behavior. I think it is the right way we are going when people are getting either disqualified or they are not allowed to compete because they have been cruel to horses. I think it's really a good way. It's a good sign. It's a good thing to show that is not okay. That we won't reward bad behaviors. The thing I don't understand as a non-professional rider and a very, very humble compared to a lot of other very skilled rider, I'm not that skilled. I'm just, I can sit on the horse and get around. But I really am curious, why is it that the riding associations around the world and in the States too, on international plan, is using and allowing and even demanding you have to use ancient things, in my opinion, ancient things when it comes to bite. You have to use spurs. Why is it you have to put so many things in the mouth of the horse that you almost guarantee is gonna bleed, that you are for sure gonna hurt it if you don't know how to ride without touching that second set of reins? It's it should be necessary. You should, especially if you are riding for the Olympics or you're riding to different competitions, you should be able to do that without a double bite or whatever it's called in English. you should be so good that you could almost ride like with, you know, bareback and no bites or very soft bite to control the horse. That is what should happen. But and the better you get, the less things you will need to. You don't need the small helpers like spurs and whip. Why do you need a whip? I mean, if you're competing on a high level, and even if you're not, what is it you need the whip for? Why is it we are, and we as adult and the riding instructors in the schools around this country and other places, the first thing you do when a kid is, and these are like 7 years, 8 years old, are starting at a class, riding class. So what they get is they get a whip in the hand. They don't get spurs at least, but they do get a whip. And no one is. I mean, when I don't know if that's different today, but back in the days when um, the stepdaughter I had at that time, when I started her following her to riding classes, and because they needed to be an adult to like hold the horse in the rein the first couple of a lot of times, and her dad was very afraid of the horses. I was like, yeah, sure. So, but the very first time we came out there, I said, I don't know what to do. I don't know how to put a saddle on or put the reins on and all that. I don't know how to tag up a horse. You have to find someone who did. So she found another girl, a little older than her, but not much. And she gave her a 5 minute instruction, and then she went off to help her home, to help her horse. I was like, if I had known back then what I know today, I would have insisted that it was an adult that would literally teach my stepdaughter what to do and not to do. Where is it important, what's not. But I didn't. I didn't know that you could put a saddle on that so it would hurt the horse. I didn't know that. I didn't know that you could have a good way to put the whole tag on and a bad way. I didn't know that. I didn't even know that you could demand of the horse that it had to stand still before you get on it, and it had to keep standing still as long as until you get the signal to walk. I know that now, but I didn't know it then. I didn't know, and I saw a lot of young girls almost like jumping on the horse while it was off. Then it was off. It just started walking before they were on. And I mean, that makes so much sense that a lot of these girls get, are, hurt. Um, because the horses, first of all, the horses are not trained to do anything independently. So if the first one is going into trot, so is the other ones. And so because they're just used to that, they do whatever the first horse do. And they want to stick together. They don't want to be left behind. So, why did I do this? Okay, what is the? I have forgotten my watch today. Oh, I have an hour left. Maybe I should put an alarm on, because I tend to forget the time when I'm doing this. Maybe I should just listen to my stomach whenever that's hungry. I need to stop streaming. Yeah. So we have about an hour left. That's quite okay. No, so I really feel like it's a good thing that there's actually put some light on the whole Olympics and the whole competing world with the horses. So now it's not so much. It's not like you fix everything on a day. I'm gonna pull this back because I forgot that it's the same one. So it's not like I'm not thinking that you're gonna fix everything on overnight because we're not. Um, but I do find it's positive that let's put some light on the things, like with the whole Andreas Hellstrand in Denmark. We had like an undercover um, journalist and a whole thing um, on his horse place and training facility, and I'm like, and he's like, but I wasn't even there. But you are the one who owns the place. You are the one who um, are deciding what kind of training ideology are we going for, what kind of are we gonna have the horse running free, are they gonna be in stables the whole time, what is going on? And these are not cheap horses. um, Most of them has been like trained by really good riders, living for to do this and having that as a job. So, but yeah, superstar. Yeah, he will come and get me. I was just gonna why? Yeah, of course he will. He will. He will for sure. If I forget about time, he will come and get me. And that's kind of everything. So if I'm sitting in the couch and playing games, as I have been for some of the days, the past week, he will around 9:30. He will raise from his sleeping position and come over and have a bit of a cuddle and then look me deeply in the eyes and be like, "Is it now?" And if I say no, give me an hour, and he will go back to sleep, and then he will be back about an hour later, be like, "Is it now?" And then we will usually be off for his walk. So, absolutely, he is for sure, and he's also like, he's really good at helping me to change position or doing different things, because sometimes I can get so caught up in what I do that I kind of forget a little bit about that it's hurting here and there, or might, maybe I shouldn't be sitting as much, maybe I should be standing more, or the other way around. And that in those cases, he's really good actually just to come around. He gets a bit more clingy when am in more pain. So he absolutely has been like a really Velcro dog lately because my body has been stressed out, and so yeah, he's a sensitive dog, absolutely. Um, and I don't think it's just because of his mom. He's just in general, he is when it comes to human. He's very attentive, very paying very attention, and um, you can see that he's kind of just sniffing you. Just, where is she? How's she doing? And now knowing that I do have a bit with my diabetes thing, I also am starting to kind of being a bit paying attention. What is my dog saying? Do I need to get some food? Um, or have I forgot my medication, for instance? I think he will be like, I'm still not really fully adjusted or with my medication, because my GP has been like um, on sick leave. He's coming back in August, and I have a appointment in September because I want to get my medication adjusted and maybe get some new one, just because I really want to hear if I can get some kind of medication that is more like take it in the morning and then it will last the whole day, because I'm not good at remembering taking medication during the day. It is usually that I miss, even though I do eat. So, but the medication in the evening is a bit more. I don't miss that. I don't think I ever did. But the other one, that is like 2 or 3 times a week. I do like forget about it, and then I'm like, okay, I don't know. I don't want to take too much, So I just leave that out, and yeah. So I have to talk to him too. What about that? And I am still feeling the symptoms of the diabetes too, but I don't think they're as bad as they were. But I feel like I do need a little bit of adjustment in my medication, and if I could get like I have with my morphine bandages, it would be nice to have something similar with the diabetes medication. So we will see. So, but I was out riding yesterday and it was amazing, and it's been a while since I've had that kind of bond or energy with a horse. I have been riding different horses at her place, and I love all of them, and everyone have had that kind. They have their own energy, they have their own personality, but this one I think is special to me because the other ones I've been so new in the riding thing, but now I'm like an experienced rider, and I can get the full benefit of what he offers me, and that is really amazing. That is really like something I feel like is unique. Um, so I am thinking of, I want my training, my writing thing, I want to get a little bit more intentional about it. So I didn't get to talk to her about it yesterday, and it's no rush, but I want to train a bit more in the Western oriented things, and start to train in the with a little bit of the terms and the words and what to do, and I'm not gonna do barrel racing or anything like that, but trail could be a possibility, or reining. um, but yeah, so something of the elements from trail is like the agility course for a horse, so you will have different elements you have to solve, either go over something or through something or close a gate, or I would love to train that and work with the horse and see how far I can get, how much him and I can solve as a couple. That could be actually quite exciting, I think. Um, so it's something I think could be nice starting in the autumn. Um, when we get a bit out of the really annoying time now with flies and everything and insects and bugs here and there and everywhere. Then it's a bit more in the fall where it's a little bit cooler, but no frost. It can be really nice riding because there's not that many bugs and flies and whatever. But it can still be some really nice days with sun and good weather. And originally, when I started for 15 years ago riding at her place, because she was like a Western national champion, I was very curious on starting to ride Western and wanted to. And then everything with my back happened, and it kind of just it was surrounded about me just being on the back of a horse, benefit all the good movement you get, and the whole exercise training aspect in doing that. So see, this is what I actually a little bit not too keen about with the round drills is I actually correct them more than I do with my square drills, to be honest. So I did order some knitting things, accessories. No, I ordered some knitting pins in the size of for the yarn I'm gonna knit, and I think they will be arriving Monday or Tuesday on a mail, because it's really just a letter size they're gonna send me. And it's not hobby because I tried, but they don't have that size. So it's another Danish company that sells a lot of other things that yarn. So they do have a really big section of accessories and stuff. So that's where I found what I need. So I'm actually just gonna add. Hello, Benj. Welcome in. Thank you for stopping by. And the painting crew. So, how are you doing today, Benj? Have you had a nice weekend? Your feet on fire. How far did you go? And you have to tell me in kilometers. I don't miles I don't get. Just saying. Just saying up front. It's been a really nice weekend. Over the last 2 days, I have walked about 56. It's about 35 miles. Oh, really? Wow. You need a good foot rub and foot bath with some good foot salt and cream with foot cream to take care of your feet, that's for sure. That was a lot. How did you came up with that idea to start walking that much? They are in a bastion at the moment with some Epsom salts. Was a charity, but oh, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I also got one of these medals that you work towards by walking. Ah, nice. That's a good job, Bench. I know my sister in Manchester. She's been doing a lot of those walks too for different charities. A lot when the kids were smaller and when she was living with her ex-husband. Because she was in one of these tables for women, and they did do a lot of those kind of things. So. Well, then you haven't been doing much diamond painting or crafting, I can almost figuring out. But I really feel like with the horse I'm riding on now that it is, he would, that kind of connection, if I was like just a little bit more functional. I think if I wasn't working, then I wouldn't have then I couldn't afford riding. But just the theory. I have not touched my product since Monday. No. Well, the good thing is when you have like that kind of a break from it, you often will be more like, keen to get into it. That's what I do eventually. Especially if I see someone work on something, I'll be like, oh, what the hell happened? I think actually that you could get really far with the horse I'm on, if you had like the time and all that. And I have said to my riding instructor and owner horse that if it wasn't because I have all the problems I have with my body and all that, I would absolutely for sure have bought that horse I'm on, because him and I have something very special. So if I didn't have a work, and let's just say I won this, all this money you can win on Lotto, I would for sure be riding a lot more, also during the week. And I think actually with that you could, even with the condition I have and all that, I would actually be able to, maybe not on a very high level, but just to some degree be attending some competition. I plan to do some tonight. I need to have a balance and be more active. Like you, take time out with the horse and the. I was staying up way too late and doom scrolling. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it to me anyway, and I think actually you're completely right that a balance is very important. Um, and and I think that it's important that you do. It's not so important what you do. It's more important that it's something that you love doing. So you will do it no matter what. You get. So you know what I mean. So it's something where it's not something that you easily are canceling on, or um, or like are just not doing because now today is not a good day for doing it. I will say that the thing that can keep me off the horse if I am like having fever and is like coughing a lot, and just in general in that sense, that I'm not going. But other than that, even though if I have like a bad day with my body and I can only sit on the horse for 10 minutes, I'm gonna sit on the horse for 10 minutes. So it's and I have been there. I have had days where it's been like all I have of energy, all I can do today is put a saddle on and then crawl on the horse and sit there and let the horse carry me around. And it was an agreement I made, or a deal I made with my riding instructor, that in saying today's not the day or today is a bad day, she knew that she will still know that if I say that, that means that we're just going to get out, and uh, she's just gonna have a rope in the horse, so I don't have to use any energy to get the horse to move. She will make the horse move, and I will just be able to sit and relax and follow the movement, and that will be more than enough for my body that day. And I mean that's to me is the perfect way. And back in the day when I went to a physio for before my second surgery in the back, and we were talking about training things, and I was like, because he was saying to me, you need to train. Remember to keep up your training, and I was like, but what kind of exercise is good for me with the back and all that I'm having? And she was like, the best exercise is the one you keep doing. And then I looked her straight in the eye and said, well, then it's going to be the horses. I know for sure that no matter what, I'm going to keep riding. So, and I mean, as long as there's a horse out where I ride now, I'm going to keep riding. That is absolutely the most amazing thing I've done, and I really the whole way she looks at horses, as she trains them, her whole approach to it as a non-violent thing is just right up my alley. And yeah, so for sure, I think it's a good thing to. And for me, that has a tendency to isolate myself when I do feel pain. It's one of the things where I'm sure I'm going out no matter what. So there's also that in it. Um, and this to me is a kind of strange, because I have always been like a very outgoing person. I've always been like someone who had a lot of a wide and broad amount of people I was seeing, acquaintances, and but since I've gotten all that with my pain and all that, I think because I saw a lot of judgmental or felt a lot of over because in the beginning I felt and saw a lot of people be judgmental against me, because you can't see my pain. You can only see what it does to my body if you are careful on watching how I walk. But if you don't know how I walk normally, without the pain, you might not even notice that. So and so I people tend to think that I was just doing it or saying it just because I wanted the attention, and it wasn't real, you know. And if it was real, why couldn't I just take some extra medication so I would still be able to be there for the whole evening, for instance, or because at one point we were saying like we can't be with the family for the whole Christmas Eve. We can be there too with the for dinner, but we're not gonna be there for the whole unpacking and all that with the presents, because that usually is very close to midnight, and at that time I would be so much in pain that I wouldn't be, it wouldn't be pleasant for anyone in the room. So and they were very offended by me or by us saying that like there's a limit to our stay. So instead of enjoying that we were actually coming and appreciating that, they were just complaining. And I think a lot of that kind of complaint and thing has been sticking around with me for a long time. So it did take me some time before I was like, you know what, that's a you problem, not a me problem. And I do think that just in general, I know that if I am in pain, even before I kind of start whatever it is I'm gonna do, I have a very, very short fuse about what people do. And for the most part, I would be very controlled and be very like, no one is gonna see me blow up. But I have not to strangers, but there's an incident in IKEA that we're not talking about, but we all know happened. so so yeah, I think it's important that to have other things to do too, but also that to accept that things has changed if they have. I mean, as like Stila says, I just prefer to stay home more, and I really do. I really do. Just the whole, if I'm, just the fact that when I'm going to the office, my work office in town, I need to, usually I will take the bath the day before, but sometimes that's not enough if it's too hot in the summer, or I have been sweating all night due to menopause. I will take a shower in the morning, and then I will have to put makeup on. I will have to put some decent clothes on, and that means that I have been up around a couple of hours before I leave home, around 7:30. I have around 20 to 30 minutes to work, and then I will be at the office for at least 4 to 5 hours. So when I'm home again, I'm like beat. So it's so much easier. I get so much more done when I work from home because I can like just do my morning routine, skincare routine, and then sometimes I even sit with face mask on, a clay mask or something that's just need to dry on my face, and open and answer mails. And then I just put a, some t-shirt, dress on or something, and my flip-flops and the hair in a messy bun, and then I am working. And then it might be even 6:30 for me. I don't actually care because my brain wise I do function so much better in the morning. So yeah, but so yeah, it does take a lot of energy for me to get ready in the morning if I need to go somewhere. And so yeah, I do prefer to stay home working, and I'm so grateful that it's actually a possible thing I can do. And I hope that even when we grow, because this has in the beginning when I started this job, it was like a solution because we didn't have an office. But I hope I can keep doing it as a thing to, in the future, because it does give me so much more hours I actually can work than if I have to go to the office every day. So yeah. And now I got a new chair provided by the state actually. So I got a new office chair, a amazing one. I'm gonna sit on Tuesday and work my ass off because I have so much work waiting for me. But yeah, and so I'm just gonna enjoy my rest of my day today. Is gonna be, I'm gonna have dinner, and hopefully maybe I will be able to play a little bit of Coral Island before we eat, if I can stay awake. Last Sunday I actually went in and had a nap because I was so tired. But if not, I will be playing a little bit of Coral Island before we eat, and then we'll have dinner. We're gonna watch a documentary about Moses and his life, almost made as a movie. So it was very interesting. Yesterday we were starting it's like a series, so we were starting it, and we actually got some information we did, neither of us knew, and we are among us we are quite knowledgeable, so that we actually got something news that was that was really like, oh, you didn't know, no, you didn't know, no. Oh. Because usually it'd be like, oh, you didn't know it, but I knew. But no, so we did get something news. And that's a thing. I think it's one of the things that has been like missing for the longest time, is for him and I to do the smallest thing but together, and be laughing a bit together and stuff like that. So that's what we are trying to do a bit more now. Yeah. And that's also with the whole the Olympics, with the gymnastic and things like that, is also adding to that exercise of doing something together. Because it is within both of our interest range, and I mean, he's not like interested in horses per se, but he does, he does watch it because he like me, he likes to know what other people are talking about. Ula is saying everybody have a good week and see you another time. You, Pia, she says, Pia, we are going out and to find some food. Ula, thanks for stopping by and see you maybe next Sunday. We will see. Have a good one. Take care of you and have a good dinner. Hopefully you'll find something delicious. Ula is starting her holiday, have a week with her husband now, and they are in summer house. So they are going out to fetch some food. Some of the food you get when you are having holidays, and you are not too bothered about what you should be eating. I'm just guessing. So yeah. So that's what we're gonna do, and I think I'm gonna work on my cross stitch while I do that today. I was kind of thinking to show you how far I am, but I think I'm gonna wait for next Sunday, because next Sunday I might be so far that I'm gonna take it off the stand it is on, and use the hoop, the small hoop, to do the rest. So that's how close I am, depending on how much I get to do this week. So but I am like, I'm close but not close, I think I'm just gonna do, see what is it. Yeah, that's 30 minutes. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do the rest of this color, and then I want to show you still I think I just want to show you the skein I have. I took the skein I started with the yarn I bought, and I'm just gonna talk a little bit of what I'm gonna do and how I'm gonna work on it, and then that will be it for today, I think. So my plan when it comes to this painting is, first I was thinking of doing, like maybe a week, maybe 2 weeks with this, and then do a switch and pull the other one, my Mulan, and do a week and a 2 week, or 2 weeks on this. I will say it depends on how far I get this week. If I get to do quite a bit, I would say 2 more on this, because it's not that big, this one. So if I do 2 more, I'm a bit more, 2 more rows. That means I finish this one, and 1 more. I am over halfway, and then I'll likely be more like, okay, maybe I should just finish the picture. So it may be that I'm just gonna do this picture next Sunday too, because I am so far that will make more sense, or I might not have been working on it at all, and I'd rather just do Mulan, and that means that I'm not gonna work on this picture, but I would be do something else. The thing is that my cross-stitch conversion is at a point where it's a lot of confetti, and so that also means that I can't really stream while I work on it, because I need to be 100% focused, and even when I am that, it's still sometimes I am making mistakes, and it's so hard to correct those mistakes because there's no print. So I will have to try. I'm trying to remember what I put last and what the number was, and the whole thing. So but you will see. So I think either I will be working on this one or I will be working on the cross stitch. Just, and I will for sure be taking my knitting project and show you how I'm gonna work on it with the knitting pins I have. I'm just gonna show the yarn today and talk a little bit about it, and then I'm gonna do it a bit more detailed next Sunday. To be honest, I have tried crochet, okay? And me and crochet are not a thing. Just saying. We're never gonna be a thing. I'm sorry, but Stila, you will have to. Crochet is your thing. It's not my thing. I tried and I was really intrigued by it, and I'm still am in a way. And I really am intrigued with when I saw Miss Coffee do the graph gown, and I was like, oh, I want to learn to crochet and do that too. But we can't do everything. All of us can't do everything, So I'm like, I don't think that's for me. I think I will focus my energy on do some of the blankets and have try not to go all too hard on the knitting and do a little bit longer process on it, so I'm not gonna knit it overnight, which I might as well just do. I get it, me and knitting, yeah, no hooks. Please, my brain. Yeah. So like with the diamond painting, take a little bit more time with it, so I'm not gonna overwork my hands, and that might be the trick, to be honest. So my husband just went out to light up the barbecues. I think it's close to dinner time. Without looking at my alarm. So yeah. What was it? So yeah, so I think that could be it. I really think that could be it. Because I really would love to knit a couple of blankets for my older stepson and his girlfriend to their new home. Because they're always using the ones we have, and cuddle up with them because they're so long and everything. Big homemade blankets, and they're really old, the ones we're having in the couch, because they are the ones that were like the first ones I did. And I was at one point I was like very close saying, well, you can why don't you just take those blankets with you? But they're really there are a lot of my dog has put a lot of thread in them, and yeah, they're not as nice as they has been. They were very pretty in the beginning, but they have been washed a lot, and yeah, so that they're just gonna stay here. But actually, the color range I found for Ula were really something I could imagine doing for my stepson. I'm a little bit more in doubt what to do for her, but I'm gonna take a deep breath and think. The thing is that she's in a way, to me, I think she's a lot classic in her color choose when with clothes. So it's just not like she's wearing pink or green, neon green or neon orange, or she's more like in beige or white, or she had a blue dress for her graduation party, but that's the most color I've seen her in. for the most part, it's actually more like in the light or black colors, like dark blue or black or dark brown or things like that. So I think I'm gonna find something in the earth tones, and that means that I will have to wait for, you know, the fall colors to come. The colors I was looking at here when I was looking at yarn for Ula was more like, it was on sale, and I think it's a lot to do with the fact that it's like we're changing season soon. So it will be like all, they had to make room for the autumn colors to enter the scene in not very, you know, in a very short period of time. So I think we're just gonna go with this, and I'm actually gonna do something, because there's here, and I have like a one here. I have some very lonely empty fields spots here, and I'm gonna fill them out. And the only reason why I do this is because I have a dog. And I really have enough dog hair everywhere as it is. So whenever I can, I am either gonna cover it up, or I'm with my cover paper, or I am covering up with drills. So that's why I'm sometimes be like a little bit, people be like, why don't you just leave it? And so that is why I'm just not leaving it. He's not bad at shedding hair, but he does shed hair. My baby. It is a long haired dog, so. So I'm just gonna put those drills down, and then we're gonna watch. I'm gonna find the yarn. I'm gonna show you what I have bought and how I'm gonna work on it. And this is where all these small containers, these ones, most of the colors, the 48 or how much was it? 48 colors or something? Yeah, are actually in this size of containers. So yeah. And I mean, the picture is 20 by 28 inches, so it's not a big picture, you know. So there will be some kind of, not confetti, I think, but there will be a bit more. There will be some of it that will be more like color changing. Dog hair appears out of nowhere sometimes. Yeah. I mean, to me, dog hair is magic, because I can have, you know, vacuumed the floor, washed it, and wiped it with a dry mop, and I turn my bag on it, and floof, there's like dog hair running across like dust bunnies. It's like, what the actual hell? I actually think sometimes my dog is like, she's done. She thinks she's done. Well, she will be wiser. I think it's something like that. It has to be. It simply just has to be. It's a conspiracy. In fact. Yeah. This is a nice painting. Yeah, right? I think it is. I actually think it is. It's really nice. It is by Christopher Lowell, and usually he will be a bit too dark in his art for me. I also have the succubus because I think it's an amazing picture. I don't know if I'm gonna do it because it is also a bit dark in the theme for me. But I have that one and I have Ashura, and this one. But usually he will be a bit too dark in his art for me. But yeah. But this one is amazing, and I'm really happy actually that I started working on it because it's one of the pictures I actually think is going up in our living, not in living room, in her bedroom. So, and this is how it looks when it's the original art looks like this. So it was a bit controversial when it came out with Diamond Art Club because there was a naked woman on it. And apparently some people do have something. And I was like, I didn't see all the things other people saw. And I think, not that I'm like a nun or anything, like I'm not in a convent. So, and I'm married, so I know how life works. But sometimes you can see things without seeing them, right? So if you want to see dirty things, that's what you're going to see. I think this is a really, really beautiful painting. And I think it has so much meaning in it that is like, it's not just a painting. It has a lot of other symbolic things. And I like the fact that he calls it Lotus. That is right up my alley. So I am going to remove all this, so I'm not gonna get yarn things in my painting. I'm gonna minimize that for sure by just removing that. And I anyway gonna remove it from here. But I did get to this week. I haven't been completely hibernating, but because I did actually work on my gallery. I haven't uploaded them yet, but I have recorded, I think it was 10 pictures or so. And I'm gonna do a bit more, and then I'm gonna upload them. Okay. So what I'm working on, let's see. So what I bought was this one. It is from a shop called Hobby, like you can see here, if you can. So, and the yarn is called Carnival. And it is a, it says it's 100% acrylic polyacryl. And the good thing about these is that you can put them in the washing machine and wash it with 30 degrees. So, and what I felt for was this color range. And I love knitting, working with these colors that are kind of just flowing in, merging into each other. So with the small thing I have been doing, you can kind of see how. So there's like, it's just, there's not a breaking line. Now you're going from one color to another. You will just see, it will just be like it's transferring into each other. So I think it's gonna be really And the thing is, Ulla said, I asked her about the colors, what kind of color she lost. She said green and blue. So I found some different ones, but this, I decided this one because I like this one. The other ones was like more like, oh, I'm gonna do it for her. But this one was actually a color combination I like because there's a bit of orange in it too. The way I'm gonna knit this blanket is, it is a corner to corner blanket, and it is going to be 100 by 140 centimeters, around that when you're done with it, or when I'm done with it. It is gonna be a bit bigger because I am gonna have a little bit more yarn. I'm gonna use 200 gram per part, and I think it was 150 per part. But as I recall it, the other ones I've done has also been like with skeins to amount of 2 skeins with the hundreds per skein. So the feel of it and what they have at Hobby in the shop is they will be knitting some kind of either a test or some kind of small. It's going to be good. I think it's going to be gorgeous. I really think it is. So they do have small tests. They hang with the skeins, so you can actually feel how. And this is where the looking with the fingers is setting in, because you can feel how the finishing will be around, well, how it's gonna be. You can feel how thick it's gonna be. And is it gonna be some of the sturdy one? Is it gonna be really soft? And that is important. For instance, when I'm doing a blanket, I really want it to be, this one's gonna be a light one, but it's gonna be a warm one, in the sense that I have made some on pin 10, from 7 to 10, I think. And those have really been like, thick, warm blankets. But this, I wanted to be a light one also because I can't do the heavy ones anymore. This is on a pin 5, and I have started them on a normal set of knitting pins. These are from the company called Knit Pro, and it's the brand is called Sing. These are also, I have them as interchangeable for with cables, and I have ordered in number 5 because I didn't have them in the number 5. I have them in all the numbers for in a wood, but these ones, and this is not the same. It might sound strange, but actually the way they have done these things is they run really smooth. The yarn is running really smooth on the pin, and on the interchangeables. Usually on the changeables they will have like a metal part down with the cable, but they don't add these, and I think that's a bit better. We will see. So I ordered them in the Sing version, which is a metal one, and I ordered also in a cubic version, which is a wood one. So these I'm gonna show you next weekend, because then I will have them. I'm gonna talk a little bit about what I have of accessorized for my knitting part. I wasn't seeing this coming. I will be 100% honest. But now that it's here, I'm gonna embrace it and share with you my progress and all that, because this was something I did a lot before I was doing diamond painting. I did this for 10 years or so. It was something I started doing. I learned it of my mom. My mom taught me how to knit, and then I put it aside because I couldn't make it happen. Then when I had all this coming with my back, and the order from the doctors were you need to sit down and relax more, and I was like, what? I can't sit and watch telly all day. So I needed something in my hands. So the knitting came around. So I have been knitting a lot, a lot. I'm not a big knitter in sweaters and stuff like that. I have been doing a lot of ponchos or shawls and blankets. A, a lot of blankets, and that became my thing, I would say. I made a big blanket for me in some different yarns and different patterns, and so I have done a lot. And I think we're going to talk a lot about this next weekend, actually. If we're not diamond painting, we're going to talk about this and the whole thing, because, yeah, this is also a place where my heart is, to be honest. So, and Stila is just sitting and clapping and yay, we're going to talk about yarn and stuff. Right, Stila, that is right up your alley for sure. Yeah, it's okay. It's quite okay. So, because then I can talk about happy place. Yeah, it's a happy place. Yeah, and I think, well, then we could talk a little bit about, where I buy yarn in Denmark and stuff like that. That could actually be something. Okay, let's see. Hang on. Okay, we are going to raid a creator called a place called a little craft room, and she's called Nicola. So that's where we're going today. But before we go, I'm just gonna say thanks for all of you that stopped by. And if you're watching this on a replay or a VOD, thank you for that. I hope you will enjoy the rest of your day, whether it's the start of it or the end of it, and have a happy week. I know that I'm not gonna, I know, and then I will be, but I'm probably not gonna do any unplanned this week because I'm going back from holiday, so there will be a lot on my work desk. But I am streaming this Sunday, same place, same time. Thank you for all your support, and we're gonna see Nicola and see what she's up to today. And let's see. Come on. See if I can find her. Huh? Oh, it's because you're the wrong around. Why does it turn it upside down? No. Okay, they have made different things in here. Oh. Hang on. There we go. Usually it would just pop up and give me whoever of my favorites are on, but it didn't do that today. And now my computer is just, we're getting there, hang in there, we're getting there. Come on. There you go.